Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Sweet, doing good.
Welcome, Dan. I think Dan's there.
He was.
Yeah. And welcome, Recording Kitty. How's it all going over
there? Discord issues always.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not the best, but at the same time, I found it's a lot more reliable than Roll20. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
How's it going?
I can hear you now. It was Discord just fecked up, so.
Yeah.
As per normal. But yeah, how is everything going? I understand Canada's really cold. We've actually had things warm up in Sweden. What's Ireland like? Is it somewhere in the middle?
Last week was pretty chilly, but you know, I like the cold, kind of. So
Yeah.
Not that I like it, I'm tolerable of it. So you ask other people, today is probably super cold, but I wouldn't notice, you know. So
is Kitty Canadian too? Is that how you've heard of this frigid winter?
Yes. I mean, I don't know anywhere else on the planet other than perhaps northern Scandinavia and northern Russia that might get to -40. But
well, I don't know where she is, but I am not experiencing -40, and I'm in a pretty frozen wasteland part of Canada myself. So she must be like up in like a Calumet on the ice floats for like -40 right now. I think we have like where I am. I have like negative. I'm 0 actually. Just looking at the weather right now.
Oh,
-1.
Yeah, we've gone up into plus temperatures these last few days. So and with all the rain, the snow has just melted away.
Oh, that sucks. Right before Christmas.
Yeah, it does. Now we're in that wet,
Mushy
cold
Christmas.
And misery.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It looks like Jacob has joined us.
Hey, what's up, Jacob?
Hey.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Are you cool with Jacob, or do you prefer Jakob, or?
No, Jacob's good.
Cool. Yeah, that's the thing in Sweden, you have to like a lot of the names are quite similar to what we have in Australia, and but everything's said differently. So like I generally introduce myself as Adam when I'm meeting like international people, but here I've gotten used to saying Adam. So yeah, I find it's always good just to check if someone prefers, like, because sometimes the English pronunciation of a Swedish name will absolutely butcher it. So
yeah, I can kind of imagine.
Have you still got snow in your part of Sweden?
Oh yeah.
Or
in Stockholm? No. I mean, it's like half, you know, like there's a little bit of snow. But it's not. Like,
oh, right. Well, I'm down in Skåne, so we've lost like basically all of our snow. There's little patches of ice here and there, but it's not nice to look at, obviously. I'm hoping that the snow will come back. I know the forecast doesn't say it's
You're
going
running
to,
out of
but I'm
time.
really hoping because
Yeah.
I mean my mother's coming over from Australia to for Christmas and all, and she's always
nice.
dreamed of having a white Christmas, which
Oh yeah.
is obviously impossible in the upside down parts of the world. I mean, not that my part of Australia has ever seen snow anyway. But like generally Christmas for us is like plus 35 and you sit around sweating and you feel
That's
like you're going to
insane.
die.
I can't imagine that. That's crazy.
Oh, yeah. The craziest thing about Australian Christmas is the food that we eat is the same as like what a lot of other Western Europeans eat for Christmas.
Yeah.
So it's like plus 35 degrees Celsius and we're all sitting around eating like massive amounts of ham and pork and like potatoes. Yeah. It's the worst. It would be much better with like a nice fresh salad or some light meal, but no, we eat that huge meal and then just sweat.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. I've just received my shopping delivery. I will be less than 5 minutes. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, no, we've got lots of snow. That's one thing we got going on here.
Yeah, pretty reliable for Canada.
Oh yeah. I've been alive in this place for 24 years, and I think there's been one or two Christmases without snow.
Oh.
So it does happen.
Pretty lucky.
But it's yeah. There was one year we had, I think, 3 or 4 feet of snow.
Whoa.
It was insane. No school for a month, straight up.
Yeah, that's a hell of a lot of snow. I've never seen snow like that here because I'm like in the south of Sweden.
Mm-hmm.
We only get sort of small amounts of snow here.
There,
like the most I've seen here is maybe maybe a foot and a half in those strange imperial measurements. But I did go up to like the north of Finland, and they had roughly like 7 feet of snow.
Yeah,
and that was pretty intense. Like, I'm a tall guy, and I went to this part of snow where I was stepping in, and I was falling like up to sort of my underarm in the snow. Mm-hmm. And if I'd kept going, I would have just been buried in snow. So I had to just turn back and I learned that you have to, when snow is that deep, you kind of have to swim out of it. You can't walk out of it.
Mm-hmm. You got to be using your arms.
That was an interesting learning experience for an Australian.
Yeah. Foreign substance.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I think the coldest ever recorded temperature in Brisbane, where I'm from, is +4 Celsius, and that happened before I was born. It's the coldest on record that it's ever been.
Unbelievable.
So yeah, I mean, winter for me growing up, like if it went down to 10 degrees Celsius, everyone was complaining about how freezing it was and wearing big jackets.
That's unreal. That's like t-shirt weather. When spring comes around, it's like t-shirt time.
Yeah, exactly. I was a bit like that when I was living there, but now that I've lived in Sweden, like if it's +10, I'm like, yeah, that's comfortable.
Oh yeah. for sure.
I'll usually have like a hoodie or something.
Yeah, it's ideal. You can,
and
you
even
can wear your
then-
nice long clothes, and
Yeah.
and go out and there's a nice cool breeze, keep you cool for exercise and stuff like that.
Well, it looks like Dan's back, and Kitty's joining us in recording form for now. Hopefully, she will be around soon. I thought
Yeah,
a good way to get this all started would for each of us to introduce ourselves. So, who wants to start? Just tell us a little bit about you and how you got here.
Yeah, I guess I
All
can
right.
start.
there we go.
So my name is Andrew, 24 years old, and I've played some D&D in the past, but not like a ton. Like I had a small group of friends, and we tried it out a few times, and I really liked it, but they kind of didn't. So, or some of them did, but most of them didn't. So, and they didn't like it as much as me. So it was always a struggle for me to get a group together to play with, and I have bad health, so I can't really, I can't often leave the house. So I found this website like 3 weeks ago, and I joined like 4 games, and I'm having a blast. So, yeah, that's me, baby.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Great. Take it away, Dan.
Me? Okay, yeah, I'm Daniel. You can call me Dan, Danny, anything else. I honestly don't mind. I've been called a lot worse. I'm 31. I'm from Ireland, from Dublin, Ireland, to be precise. I'm playing D&D a little bit. I'm mostly a DM or GM, whichever one you prefer. But I started a couple weeks ago in a Shroud campaign, Course of Shroud. So that's my first foray into being a player, and this is my second. Also, I was on hiatus for a very long time from D&D in general since 2018, I think. So it's been about 3-4 years. Yeah, looking forward to getting back into it. That's all, really. I'm pretty nerdy in real life. If want to get into that,
Oh yeah.
I play card games. I play. You name something nerdy, I'll probably play it. I don't play enough board games, but that's because well,
Oh, they're expensive, eh?
It's pretty expensive. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing is, you don't know if you're gonna like it when you buy it.
Oh yeah.
which is always tough. But
Mhm.
I play card games. I played Yu-Gi-Oh! As professional as you can play that.
Really? Okay.
20. Yeah, I say professional, but if you win a tournament in that, you win a box of cards. You don't it's not like Magic where you win
That's it's cool.
where you win money. So I played that for 2 years. From 20. How old was I? From 2012. September 2012. I remember because the ban list. But yeah, and then I stopped playing that, and now I play Magic because it's a better game.
Nice.
That's it.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I mean, we're all here to play D&D, so I think into nerdy things is that's par for the course.
Yeah. I know you never know. Some people might be trying it for the first time or else. I'm into
this is
non-nerdy
true.
things as well. It's just
Yeah, I think shows like Critical Role have really like brought D&D out to the masses, and there's a lot of people who are like, oh yeah, no, I'm completely normal. I'm not into any of the games or anything, and I just play D&D. Can happen.
Mhm.
I've
Jacob,
never
tell us
seen that
about
show.
yourself.
Um,
Really?
Hey guys, my name is Jacob. I'm 18 years old. I've been playing D&D on Roll20 for like a year and a half now, actually. I've been playing mostly as a player, but right now the other group I'm in is as a DM, which is pretty fun. I'm DMing this module called Dragon of Icespire Peak. It's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm a nerd just like you guys. I really like board games, especially this one called Gloomhaven, where you're like a cool mercenary
cool.
party. It's awesome.
I've always wanted to try that one. Yeah.
Same.
Yeah. And it was really funny.
I played that in Australia. Unfortunately, it ended because I moved to the other side of the planet, but Gloomhaven's good fun.
Yeah, it's like it's funny because you said the thing about like them being expensive and not knowing if they're good when you're buying them. I knew nothing about Gloomhaven. It's like expensive as fuck when I bought it. So,
Yeah.
but I mean, it was worth it. So, yeah, that's
Nice.
me. I like dogs too.
Oh, I have a
Nice.
dog too. I love dogs.
Hell yeah.
Dogs are the best.
I've got 3.
Damn, I live in an apartment, so I don't think I'd be
You
able
need
to have
something. You need something to take out the bears and the cougars, you know. So,
Oh,
Yeah, just a trained pack of dogs.
oh yeah,
yeah, no, I live in the city. The only trouble we get at the door is, someone screaming outside the door at each other rather than doing anything else,
yeah.
City
It's
life.
not could be resolved by a trained pack of dogs.
Yeah. Same solution, maybe.
No, I have a dog. He's a big teddy bear.
Oh well,
Yeah.
he's not killing nothing then.
He's called. I don't know if you heard of. Ireland has a dangerous dogs list. There's like 10 dogs in it that you're not supposed to be able to own,
Yeah,
and if you
yeah,
do
yeah.
own them, you have to muzzle them, etc. I have one of them. He's a Staffordshire Bull Terrier,
Okay.
and he is honestly, he looks, because of the breed. He gets like, someone looks at him like, oh my god, you know what I mean? But he
Yeah.
he is a teddy bear. Honestly, he's a bit too much sometimes.
Aw.
I find that's the case with a lot of like dangerous looking dogs. If they've been raised by really calm people, then they're
Mhm.
just the most calm dogs ever. And you look at them and you're like, oh wow, look at all that potential for violence, and then all they do is like lie on the ground and drool.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But I still think that there is something to do with the temperaments, like of the breeds. Like you can definitely, if you're like a good guy and you're like a tame guy, the dog will be okay no matter what breed it is. But they do kind of like lean in a certain direction, you know? Like I've seen a lot of pretty violent dogs, and a lot of them are pit bulls and stuff like that, so it can happen.
I think people get pit bulls to have them like that though. It's a whole other
yeah.
other debate. We're talking about D&D.
Yeah, I'd agree with you too on that, but I've also met people who've got pit bulls and pampered them, and they were just real mess. Also, like particularly like with small dogs, like if you compare like a small dog to like a golden or something like that, the small dog is like neurotic and bouncy and drools and stuff like that, But yeah, I agree with you.
Is their DM going to introduce himself?
I should. I really should.
I'm not going to let you get away with
it. Obviously, my name's Adam. I'm from Australia, which explains the silly accent. Moved to Sweden with my wife a few years back. We got stuck here during Corona and kind of fell in love with the place. So we decided to stay in Sweden. We've since had a kid. He's 7 months old now. And I've been playing D&D for a number of years. I've been playing role-playing games in general across a variety of systems for a lot longer. So I'm 35 now. I think I got into sort of role-playing games when I was like 21, 22, thereabouts. So yeah, over 10 years of playing various systems. I'd say about 2/3 of my experience has been as a player, 1/3 as a DM. Most of my experience as a DM has been in another system called Vampire the Masquerade, but I did run a campaign in Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition, which is essentially the campaign that you guys are going to be experiencing. So it's the second time I've run this campaign, and yeah, as I've mentioned sort of in the chat, the last time I ran this campaign, like it got out of hand. We had, it was 160, 170 odd sessions. And we we got to level 20 and just sort of kept going from there. So I fully expect that a random group of people thrown together from the internet, this isn't likely to go 160, 170 sessions. But look, if it does and we're all having fun, great. So there's I figured that after all of that time and energy that went into sort of building this world and developing the world with my players, I have all of this material here. And I'm super curious about what happens if I take a different group of people and I set them loose in the same world and see what you guys do. So, it's basically how I got here.
you Vampire the Masquerade. You look, isn't there a new video game coming out? I have watched a couple of playthroughs and speed runs of the old one. And that game looks
Oh,
good.
I mean, there's so many. The company that owns the rights to it has sold the rights to basically whoever will buy them. So there's a whole variety of different video games set in that kind of universe, in a variety of different genres. There was a battle royale game that came out for it recently. I haven't actually played it. I know it got absolutely hammered in reviews and things like that. And the only reason I know this is because when I was looking for a job here in Sweden, it was actually developed in a city called Malmö, which is not too far from me. They were looking for like a sort of additional staff to help manage a toxic sort of fan community. So yeah, I saw that, and like that's how I heard about the game through looking for a
great
job.
introduction
So,
there.
Exactly.
Pre-order
I was
that
like, yeah,
shit.
I don't know if I'm going to play that game, and I decided not to apply for the job either, because I think that if they've already released a game and it's getting a massive amount of negative feedback, that's going to be a stressful job trying to bring that fan base around. So yeah, but there's a whole bunch of video games in the in that universe, and the universe itself has been rebooted, I think, 3 different times since I started playing it. So, and the guys I started playing with it, they're actually like 10 years older than me. So they always stuck to the old one. So I've only got a small amount of experience playing like the newer versions of it, whereas I've got a lot of experience playing with the older versions. And actually, a lot of the motivation behind creating this was I started playing D&D 5th edition with a different group of friends, and I love the mechanics. Like, I know that a lot of the time it's a bit too abstract and simple, but I genuinely love that. And I like how smooth this sort of system feels. Whereas the other systems I've played have got really clunky mechanics that, you know, might simulate things a little better, but like when it takes 4 hours to get through the initiative order, it's
it's been the same for me. I've tried a couple other systems, and I love the realism and the combat like stuff, you know, but it gets down to it and you're practically playing a game. 5e is pretty good.
It's simple, but it's good. Like, I tried to read one of the Pathfinder books, and I think I got like halfway through the first chapter, and I had no idea what was happening. And that was just reading the book, you know. Comparatively to 5e, I think 5e is great for, you know, newer players and great for introducing. And it's also like
and for storytelling playing as well.
Yeah,
because the
totally
mechanics don't take away from. Yeah. You can sort of put a heavier focus on the role playing because you've actually got the time to do it. Although that being said, in my experience, once you've got a party of level 20 characters, like, combat just takes forever because the monsters you're dealing with at that level are obviously much stronger. Everyone's just got so many hit points. So I think that, you know, looking at this campaign a second time, I would probably want to spend less time at level 20, just because of, you know, those like 3-4 hour combats.
Yeah, I think a general high level D&D is it's a clusterfuck, you know, overall, because from my experience, I think like after level 10, maybe like you can push it all the way up to level 14, it kind of gets a bit out of hand.
Exactly, because the players at that point are sort of walking gods, and so I think
definitely
that, you get to a point where it's kind of like, you've got some big combats and stuff to resolve key story moments, but a lot of that high level focus, in my view anyway, should be about just letting the players shape the world. And decide like what are the changes they want to impact, because by that point you have the power to achieve some pretty amazing stuff, and you can sort of get a bit more collaborative with it rather than trying to challenge the players, because challenging a group of level 20, I mean, that's not to say there aren't boss fights. There are obviously boss fights, but regularly challenging a group of level 20 adventurers is difficult.
It is difficult,
So
especially if you have a wizard in your party. Wizards are
Yeah.
a bit strong. Let's just say
Fireball.
that.
yeah. One of the characters who made it right to the end of the last group was a wizard, a divination wizard at that, and so she had the ability to do that thing where they roll the d20s at the start.
Yeah,
Of,
that ability is called
of the
Portent,
rest.
and I fucking hate it. It's so good.
Yeah.
I wish every
Called
class
win
had
the
it.
game ability.
Like we were playing
Yeah.
in the Strahd, and it was like at the very start. We were basically still on day one. It's only been like 3 weeks or something like that. Sorry, second day. But he rolled his portents for the second day, and he got a 13 and a nat 20. And like to me, it's mad that you can just at any point say, "No, I want to crit that." Like, it's crazy. It's so good. I'm a bard. Well, I was a bard and then the paladin left, so now I'm a paladin. That, but yeah.
There was
it's
there was one time when she actually got the best, well, what in our view anyway was the best roll possible for her portent rolls, and that was she rolled a nat 1 and a nat 20.
Oh my god, yeah.
And at that point she was just like, okay, we need to go and start a fight with someone because I've got
You'll
a
kill
crit
them in 2
and a
turns.
crit fail.
Yeah.
Just
Or 1
ready to
turn,
go. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so now that we've all introduced ourselves, I just want to bring up the matter of boundaries again, just in case anyone's thought of anything that they're perhaps a bit sort of cautious about or sensitive about. I mean, obviously, boundaries are an ongoing conversation we can have. If something happens in a session that makes someone uncomfortable, please come to me after the session or even during the session, whenever's most convenient for you, and just let me know, because we're not here to make anyone uncomfortable. We're not here to try and push anyone out of their comfort zone. I think if someone wants to jump out of their comfort zone, great for them, but that's probably not best done in D&D. That's probably, go bungee jumping or something. But yeah, so does anyone have any issues that just they would rather not come up in a session?
So yeah, when I was talking to you, I think that was like pretty early on in the application for this game. I mentioned that I didn't like erotic roleplay between like characters and stuff, and that's because they're real people, and like I don't really want to be there for that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like very, very little really bothers me. You can throw like in the game. Like, I don't know exactly what kind of setting you have here. But if it's like, if we're going into like some impoverished city and there's like prostitution and drugs and murder and even themes like rape and stuff like that, that's okay with me because it's a story and you're telling a story. But as soon as it becomes like, sorry, I'm getting a call here. But as soon as it becomes like weird stuff, going on between the characters, I'm not into that. So, yeah.
But I think
So
someone said it when they were putting it in the thing. Oh, you can go ahead. I don't mind.
No, go for it.
Oh, it's basically like what you were saying there. Basically, the way I look at it is, if something like that happens between the characters, you just fade to black type thing,
Yeah. So that's exactly how I feel about it. Like,
because I don't want to hear your explicit going-ons in an RPG game.
And that's exactly the key word, the explicitness. Like, if you're just like flirting and it's like part of the character, like that's fine. But I don't need to hear the details.
If you're playing a flirty bard, exactly, that's what the thing is going to do.
Yeah.
But the second you like stand up and start to walk away, you're done.
Mm-hmm.
I agree
Let
wholeheartedly.
bedroom time be behind the door. I don't need to hear that. So
Yeah,
I don't think that's going to be a problem in this game.
No one
but it
needs,
has happened to me before.
Yeah, no one needs a description of what body part goes where. Like that's never really. I don't think anyone's interested in having. I mean, there's websites for that stuff, I'm sure.
Yeah,
but they're not Roll20.
Have fun.
Yeah,
and one of my favorite things to do in that circumstance is actually just roll a dice. And if you roll low, you know what I mean. You had you had a pretty bad time, and you know you can kind of RP that into your character losing self-esteem and stuff, and you know it can work depending on the type. Again, it's usually bards. I keep saying bards because
Yeah, it's normally the horny part. Yeah,
yeah, it's a stereotype,
Yeah.
but it is.
he's getting in there. Yeah,
it is true.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. with
Yeah,
everything you
absolutely.
said.
If it's part of someone's character to, say, go to a place that sells sort of prostitution services, then absolutely that character can go to the local whorehouse or whatnot.
Yeah.
But we don't need a description of what goes on there. They can just say, I go there, I'm going to purchase, something, and so we all know that it's happened, but we don't need it
Mhm.
described. So
I think we're on the
We're-
same page with that.
we're
Then,
all on
so
the same page. Yeah.
because it's important. You have to have that stuff if you're going to tell, like a gritty story.
Exactly.
Like it has
Exactly.
to be there.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I try to present the world as realistically as I can. In terms of, obviously it's not realistic in that there's magical creatures running around and people can throw fireballs, but
Yeah.
realistic in that this is a society in which people live, and not everyone's running around, looting dungeons and casting spells.
Being a hero.
People are living their lives. Yeah.
Actually,
People
that
living
is
their
something.
lives. So things
That
like
is something I want to bring up
prostitution
real quick.
exists. Yeah, go right ahead.
Yeah, no, just regarding what you said there about the heroes. We are good guys, right? That's something I want to get out there, because in the Course of Strahd game I'm playing, there's one character who keeps like trying to steal from people, and
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, no, okay.
I'm so
Yeah.
with you on that, bro. Like it's
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
annoying when there's
So-
one bad guy.
It's what
Thank
my
you,
character would do.
because he's like, oh, there's a sword, and I don't know if you've ever played Course of Strahd, so I'm going to spoil like the first section. There's a house, right?
Yeah.
In it, and it's owned by some people, and I don't want to spoil too much. Basically, you can go in the house, there's no one there, whatever else, blah blah blah. And he's just like, yeah, I want to take this, I want to take this, I want to take this, and I'm like, but why do you want to take it? Like, there has to be a reason. Like, you're taking the sword for what?
Because I'm
You have a sword. You're a rogue. You have 2 daggers. Like, please stop. But yeah, no, that's, if we're playing evil characters. I know I'm ranting now, but it's quite important to me that if we're all playing evil characters, we're all playing evil characters. We're all playing good characters.
Yeah.
We can all play good
Yeah,
characters. We're all playing-
or not like, or if you're gonna play an evil with a bunch of good, play like not full evil and with possibility of redemption. So it's not like
Yeah, I think
Oh,
that's
I'm
like
evil.
actually legit. Like that's what you have to have for
Yeah.
it to work. Like
Yeah.
if
Well-
you're gonna play like evil, first of all, you can't be like literally attacking your friends in the party.
yeah,
You can't be like wrecking their game and just like selling them out and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
stealing
have
from
to
them
be
when they're
working-
sleeping.
You kind of, it's the premise of the game.
Yeah.
You have to be working together and you have
Yeah.
to be able to count on each other.
That
If it's like, I'm not going to help you fight because I'm evil, like it's like, why are you
Yeah.
playing this game then?
exactly. It's
Don't play
yeah.
Baldur's Gate or something instead. Like
the suspension of disbelief. You have to kind of put aside to say, right, even though our characters, might not be exactly perfect, like as a party or whatever, you have to kind of say, like,
yeah,
right,
yeah.
it doesn't matter. We have to do this. That's like something that you can't really suspend, I suppose, for. But one character I was thinking of was, this was, I've never actually played, obviously, because I've only played 2 characters, but he's a bard who is, again, the typical flirty bard. But instead of like going back to the bedroom with them, he's a serial killer on the side. But when he's with the party, he's all when he's with the party, he's all happy. You know what I mean? He's a good guy when he's with the party, but at nighttime he's a serial killer.
Patrick Bateman.
So I just like in that way, like my character can still be evil, but like I'm not gonna ruin the party. So I'll be a good guy with the party. I'm gonna be evil in other ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's where like I would probably one of the few cases where I would try to intervene as DM is I generally am not a fan of evil characters, and
Mhm.
that's a shame really, because I think evil characters can be brilliantly written and
Mhm.
brilliantly acted. The problem is more the people who choose to play evil characters and how they choose to play them. But as far as I'm concerned, NPCs are fair game. NPCs in this fictional world, of course, are people, but I'm not heavily emotionally attached to them. So if you're stealing from an NPC and there's some reason that you want to be, or even if it's just greed, fine. But bear in mind that there will be consequences if you're caught, and there'll be stealth checks and sleight of hand checks, things like that. But stealing from a party member, I, as far as I'm concerned, that it's what my character would do. Defense doesn't hold up because
Yeah.
the character is created by you. So if you've created the character that way, change the character. The party needs to be, if there's a conflict in the party, that needs to be for important story reasons, like you ethically disagree on a course of action or something like that, fine. That kind of thing is really great, and I've seen it play out really well. But like stealing from party members or sabotaging party members, things like that, no, that's not okay.
Yeah, I mean,
if anyone creates a character who would do that, I would probably ask them to change that character or create a new one.
Yeah, like the very layout of the game is about cooperation. Like you just
that's exactly it. And the thing about the guy in the Course of Strahd game is he's actually friends in real life with the DM. So I feel that I can't bring it up to him without him having to take a side or making his
an unfortunate situation. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think you should have a quiet word with the DM anyway, because that kind of stuff, like the DM should be recognizing it, and regardless of his relationship with the guy, he should be fixing that.
Yeah.
I mean, personally, if I was in that DM's shoes, I'd be like, oh, well, luckily it's my friend who's doing this crap, because I feel much more comfortable
just, like,
confronting.
Oh yeah, I never thought of that side of it. Yeah.
Because it's real easy especially if you're real good friends, you can say, hey dude, cut it out, you're being a dick. Whereas if it's someone you don't know, then you've got to be a little bit more diplomatic about it.
Yeah, and I mean, if the DM is like, fuck you, dude, that's my friend, like, just get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, exactly. That game would suck shit anyways, so whatever.
That might be true.
And
he's
probably, because if he says that, he's like, fuck you, that's my friend, and he's like been favoring him the whole game, and he will continue to favor him the whole game, so...
Well, again, we're only a couple of sessions through, so we have to see how it goes. But I might bring it up. I never thought of the other side of it. Rather, I was always thinking of, the worst possible outcome from the situation resolving, rather than the potential good side from it.
Yeah.
So,
there's always a potential good side.
That is true.
So yeah, in terms of campaign logistics, I'm hoping to play weekly. And I understand, well, as I sort of mentioned in the ad, obviously I'm hoping to play weekly on Tuesday nights. I understand that life gets in the way sometimes, so if something comes up, just let us know as soon as you can, and we'll sort of do the best that we can. In my view, 3 PCs would be the minimum for me to run a session. So if just one person can't make it for a week, we can sort of play on. If 2 people can't make it, well, maybe we postpone for that week. And if we end up playing with 3 people a week quite regularly, I'd probably just have a chat to you guys and just see if we want to maybe have one more player, just have a little bit more padding in the group.
So have 5 in case one drops out.
Yeah, I find 4 players to be a good sweet spot too myself. What little I've seen of the game. Yeah.
I can agree with you online. It can be quite difficult considering everyone's from all different places and stuff, and you might get someone who drops out. So it could be good to have 5, but in case one leaves or can't be there like weekly, and you know yourself, just to like backfill, I suppose. But then you have the issues of just in combat and stuff like that every time. So I don't know if that's something.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the perfect, because we have 4 at the moment, and in a perfect world, we would have sort of 4 players and a DM consistent every week. So I'm hoping that we can just run with that. But if necessary, it should be pretty easy to source. Not to downplay the value of people, but just in, I think I only had this listing live for like 48, 72 hours or something, and there was a lot of messages that came through. So it looks like there's a real kind of shortage of DMs, I guess, on
really
Roll20. If we do need another one, I'll get you guys involved in that. The reason I haven't tried to sort of beef it up to 5 now is because I'm hoping that we can just sort of establish a bit of a group here, And then if we are needing an additional person, I can get you all to weigh in, because ultimately they're probably going to have more of an impact on your experience than they will on mine. So
Yeah, right.
I'll get you guys involved in that process so you can choose a party member, especially
okay,
once we've
I'm
established
totally-
what the group dynamic is. So
Yeah,
we
I
can
totally
find someone
agree
who
with you there.
fits the established dynamic. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
while we're
my
on this
preference-
topic, sorry to interrupt, but while we're on this topic, I should let you know that, like I said before, I have kind of shitty health. So sometimes I can't be sitting, like at all, really. But I've been doing better lately, so hopefully it's not a problem. But it could be.
Okay.
So if anything, if I do not show up, it'll be because of that. So
yeah,
Just
well,
letting you know.
obviously your health always takes precedence over D&D.
Yeah.
Except in certain rare cases. I know there was one really important session of D&D. I accidentally injured myself while getting ready for the session, and I still made it despite blood pouring out of my wrist. So if it's an important session, push through. but no, obviously do prioritize your health over games. With regards to like a session being missed here and there by someone, my preference would be that the character of that missing player would just sort of fade into the background and some way relevant to the situation, because personally I don't think it's fair to have your character in danger when you aren't there. But ultimately I think it is your decision to make what happens when you're not there. So if you are comfortable with it and you do trust another player to run your character for a session, by all means, that will be your call over whether that happens. But if you would prefer, I'm more than happy to just have your character fade into the background and we all just suspend our disbelief as to why that character isn't there, and sort of just play on as normal. But does anyone have any strong feelings or opinions about that sort of thing?
Well, regarding that, I know you've like read my character backstory, and the way I want to be introduced was before session one. Obviously, I would have been rescued, I suppose, doing it, like basically helped from where I was as a character. So if the person that my character is loyal to wants to play the character when I'm not here, I'm A-okay with that. You know what I mean? Because that's going to kind of play into how I want to play my character anyway. So obviously we can get more into that when we get to the character.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was thinking that character might be Andrew's character solely for geography reasons, but we can sort of we'll go through everyone's characters and work out what those relationships are.
Good. My priority would be a character that is small, purely because I want to be able to carry them. That's it. That's all. And if there's no small characters, then we're okay.
I'm only about
Goliaths can carry a lot. We'll say that much.
Yeah.
But I thought I'd bring up the question of house rules, and just let you guys know some of the house rules that I typically run, just so that you know what to expect in terms of that. And also to get your suggestions on any house rules that you are particular fans of. So for those of you who have seen Critical Role, there is a very popular house rule that originated on that show, which is that you can you can drink a potion as a bonus action on your turn.
I was hoping to hear that. Yep.
Yeah. Look, I think that's become such a common house rule that it's pretty standard. Because it really does suck to have to use your whole action just to drink a potion. So, I generally run that. I've never had anyone complain about that and say, no, I want it to be harder.
I don't have a complaint per se. I just, it's more like a question about the ruling. If I have a bonus action to drink a potion, can I also use a normal action to drink a potion?
Yes. You can,
also can double chug?
Potions.
Double chug, okay. All right, yeah, let's go.
Is it double chug in Ireland?
I don't know.
Oh.
I just said double chug. I didn't know it was
in Australia. We say double fist, which is
double fist sounds more
more aggressive than it is.
Yeah,
but if you've got a drink in each hand in Australia, it's double fisting.
I think that's what we say.
Yeah. It sounds like it should be crossing a boundary, actually, but it just means having.
I think it's the same here
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, I don't know where double choke came from. Maybe I made it up. I don't know.
Cool. So in terms of
Yeah.
leveling, I would strongly prefer story-based advancement over experience. Just because having run this campaign from level 1 all the way to level 20 and tracking experience last time, it was a pain. So does anyone have any objection to story-based advancement?
None.
No, I have an objection to either way, but I'm in the camp of story-based advancement. Majorly.
Perfect.
Majorly.
Yeah, I honestly, I think I was still quite new to the game when we started the campaign, and I was like, oh, we'll just go with experience. How annoying can it be? And then, like, at the end of every session, you're just there with a calculator, and you're like, oh, what am I
That's
doing?
yeah. And then you have to take into account, is it combat only XP or is it exploration and RP XP as well thrown in, and then you have to make up those numbers in your head. And, yeah,
exactly, and I did all of it as well. Like I sort of was like, oh, and they also like talked to this person, they uncovered this information that should be worth this amount, and oh my god,
I did that too.
Yeah, I think at this point it's kind of like, congratulations, you guys level up. You know,
yeah, so it's not as exciting, watching the little number tick up or whatever, but it's it's still nice to know when you leveled up regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. Another thing I run is player nominated inspiration. I think inspiration is a fantastic system when the DM actually remembers that it exists. But I'm going to be honest and say that's just not frequent enough because there's like obviously so many things going on in my head that I will forget that inspiration exists. So you guys should point out to me when someone has just done something awesome, because just assume that I've forgotten that inspiration exists for every session. And so when you see one of your party mates do something amazing, be like, he should get inspiration or she should get inspiration for that. Just please remind me, basically.
Got you.
So in terms of encumbrance, I usually don't even think about encumbrance unless someone's trying to do something that's like obviously impossible. So unless anyone wants to, if you want to specifically track encumbrance yourself, you're more than welcome to. Otherwise, you can carry whatever gear you want, but you can't add 100 sets of full plate to your backpack if you happen to find a battlefield and start looting. So yeah, I won't generally ask questions about encumbrance, but if you sort of find a battlefield and say, oh, I'm gonna take 100 sets of full plate, that's when I'm gonna have questions about how much you're carrying.
Yeah,
got you.
I agree with that too.
Yeah. And if anyone is tracking encumbrance, just mention it to me, just so that I know. Just out of curiosity, it's always interesting to know whether players actually care about that stuff or not, because I know some people like that real grittiness.
Yeah. Well, the Course of Strahd game, we are sorry to real quick. We are doing it, but the way it works with the variant encumbrance in the DMG or whatever one it's in, every character basically starts encumbered, and that includes my paladin who has 16 strength or something like that. So it can be a bit of a hassle, you know what I mean? So
yeah.
I
mean, I like the I'm actually a fan of the sort of gritty elements and the hardcore elements, but only if everyone is also very into it, because then it's and if not, I don't care. It's fine. I'll do whatever. So
I think 5 times your strength isn't enough.
No, it is.
So if we were doing it, I'd like the number upped a little bit.
Yeah,
but
I'm honestly fine with just glazing over it too, because then you start to get I'm kind of the kind of guy who, like I said, I like that kind of stuff. I like all the mechanics.
Yeah.
But I lose sight of the practicality of it. So I've DM'd a little bit, and I like the numbers and stuff, but players,
I do too.
So yeah,
it's just I don't like the DMG 5 to 10. For example, I'm looking at my character sheet here. My character has 17 strength. If you multiply that by 5, it's 85, and my character's total weight currently is 83.1 rather. Yeah. So I'm a smidge off encumbered, and I have 17 strength. So
and the thing that usually pushes you over the encumbrance limit is money, because you'll get just hundreds of copper and silver and stuff like that, and it just weighs a ton. And yeah, of course, in real life, if you're walking around with thousands of coins, then it's going to be really heavy. But as a D&D character, there's no bank, there's no ATMs.
Yeah.
And
there's
God
no
forbid
money solution
you
in the
forget
world.
to dump your coins somewhere before you go off to an adventure, and then it just becomes like a mechanic that you forgot about, and it just gets in the way of the game.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's especially hard for dex-based characters because their power, quote unquote, lies in like their decks, so they don't usually have much strength. Usually, a lot of people use it as like a throwaway. So it's 8. So it's 8 times 5. It's 40. Like there's no way you can do it. So if we want to do it, I don't mind doing it.
Yeah.
We possibly.
I'm totally fine skipping it too. Honestly.
Yeah. Cool.
I don't think I
so
want to.
what was that? Sorry.
I don't think I would be into that gritty kind of stuff that much.
Great. So we don't have to worry about carry weight.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that you can carry 10 tons of gear. Just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because
one thing
when I was
Andrew and I already.
that's what I would do.
Oh yeah, so one thing Andrew and I discussed was that rules as written states that a character can either draw or stow a weapon during their turn as a free action, which I don't think is great and was sort of potentially interfering with a mechanic for him as well. So it's a rule that I've actually gotten wrong for a number of years, where I've just allowed characters to do both as a free action. So you can basically do a weapon switch. So you can draw and stow as a free action on your turn. So as far as I'm concerned, I've got the rule wrong for many years. I might as well keep getting it wrong. So if you do want to do a weapon switch on your turn, you can do that as a free action. I don't think it breaks the game.
The way I don't know if you want to. I'm honestly fine with that. But the way I did it when I was DMing a couple of years back was basically it is a free action to take it out, but to stow the weapon, it's not. So you have to drop the weapon you're holding to take out another weapon. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it's like it's a split between the actual rules and. And having fun in your character instead of wasting a whole turn taking out it.
This thing has always confused me. Thinking of the mechanics of the drawing and stowing and the.
Then after combat, you'll get like people like, I pick up my weapon.
Okay. I actually never had anyone use it, fortunately, because the rangers always had their bow, etc. So we're good.
Yeah. But then God, can you imagine if people sort of had builds where they're having to switch weapons? Then of course we have to like mark on the map where everyone's put their weapons down, and like maybe people are tripping over that. It just gets a bit sort of ridiculous. So in terms of like measurements and stuff, I actually realized that in the base rules they don't account for diagonal movement at all. Diagonal movement is an optional rule. So theoretically, you can, according to rules as written, you can move at 1.5 times speed by just moving diagonally all the time, like a bishop in chess. So I thought I'd mention that, like, most of the combat, at least if it's somewhat prepared, is going to take place on some kind of map here in Roll20. So for that map, I'll have Euclidean geometry in place, so that makes it super easy for us to calculate move distances, weapon ranges, all of that. So I mean, technically that makes it a house rule because I'm using Euclidean geometry, but so I mentioned that in case anyone's used it.
I've never seen it that way, and I hope I never do.
Yeah, I've never seen anyone run it rules as written either, but
so exactly how are you doing it?
Well, so I'm doing it in basically I've got a map, and the map has distances encoded in it. So within Roll20, you can use a ruler tool. I don't know if you can see this or not.
I can't remember how to do it.
But as I move the ruler around, you'll see the distance sort of calculates differently, and that all just happens thanks to the fact that I've got Euclidean geometry enabled, whereas in the base rules of D&D, there is no Euclidean geometry. It's just 5 feet of movement to move to an adjacent square.
Oh, so we are going to be using Euclidean. Okay.
Yeah, we will be using Euclidean geometry. So if you're moving, like, this is obviously in kilometers, but if you're
Mhm.
moving diagonally, Roll20 will calculate the actual distance involved, rather than the base rules, which apparently allow you to move diagonally at just 5
Yeah.
feet per square,
Mhm.
which
That's right. It does. Yeah.
is insane. And I've never seen anyone run it that way, but I kind of want to see someone run it just just to see ranged based characters abuse the hell out of that by just always firing along diagonals, always using diagonals. It's Lovecraftian.
Mhm.
Yeah. No, I'm cool with that. Yeah.
One thing that often gets requested or played is flanking. I've seen that in a lot of the games that I've been part of. I don't have a preference either way, so I thought I'd just see what you guys think about flanking
Mm.
and whether or not you'd want that to be part of the combat to make it a little bit more tactical.
See, I think that would be like a nice lightweight touch to combat to encourage fighters to make like, especially like it would really spice up combat for melee oriented characters, I think. And you could really play off each other. I think it would be cool for not just like the tactical thing, but also like the just cooperative nature of the game. Like you could,
I mean,
it could help benefit that. But at the same time, isn't it like an advantage on both roles? Like it's a little bit strong.
Yeah, so basically if you're flanking, so if you're directly behind, or if you've got two characters who are opposite each other on opposite sides of an enemy, yes, you both get advantage on your attacks. But that obviously works for them as well. So
That was my only question with it. Yeah. As long as we're not getting like a rule to our advantage. Like if I'm out there and I'm being an idiot, I'm being flanked, I want to be punished for being flanked, you know? So
Yeah.
I'm okay
Like-
with that.
I just have a problem. Like most of the time when flanking has been used when I've played, it's just been one person has run up in front of a character, and then the other one, like they haven't like cooperated at all. It's just like, oh, I'll go behind this guy and we'll get advantage. So I don't think it's like that strategic, like at all. Like I think it's just like running up behind someone and then getting rewarded for doing a very minimal
Yeah,
thing.
that's actually true. The nature of D&D is like the combat is really quick. Like you've got like 3 rounds on average in like a combat,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it doesn't.
Just
It
18
would make
seconds.
something like that would make more sense. Yeah, exactly. Something like that would 18 seconds. Something like that would make more sense in a game with more prolonged fighting. Probably that's a good point.
It is a great point there. I'm good either way. I don't actually mind. Again, as long as we're not like getting flanking and the enemies don't. Either way, I'm good with.
I just think it's like too big of a reward for not doing a lot, and it's not that strategic in my opinion or in my experience.
That is, and it really. But yeah, hearing that, I think we could probably.
Yeah, I
just
mean,
skip
it
then,
depends
honestly.
on the group.
Yeah,
But,
I mean,
yeah,
I'd want
look,
that advantage,
we
so I
can
would just
start
be
off-
always doing that. Yeah. Really.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends. If you guys are a group that's really good at communicating and coordinating your strikes, because I mean, currently what we've got in the party is Barbarian, Paladin, Ranger, and Tempest Cleric. And so there's a lot of like melee combat in there, which is why I sort of thought I'd ask about flanking, because it's something that you guys, if you're really coordinated, you could use it well like a SWAT team. But of course, the enemy would have it as well. So flanking's either going to be on or off. It sounds like we'll go with it off to begin with, but I don't mind changing that in the future. If you guys find that as a party you are really good at communicating and you think that you can make use of the flanking rules, just let me know, and I'm happy. Like I wouldn't want to turn it on mid-fight. If you decide that you really want to get behind someone, but at the beginning of a session or the end of a session or something like that, I'm more than happy to sort of start using flanking, especially if you find that you're often in a position to make use of it.
Sounds good to me.
The only weird house rule that I've got that you guys almost certainly haven't heard of before, because my wife basically came up with the idea, is Nicole's mystery checks, I call it. So I, as a DM, have often had the problem that there are certain checks in this game where the player can infer too much from the dice roll. So, for example, things like insight checks. So, certain skill checks whose outcome should contain some mystery for players. I handle those a little differently. So what I do is I secretly roll a d6, and on that d6, a 1 to 3 will indicate low, and a 4 to 6 will indicate high. So in the case of high, so on that 4 to 6, skill check is handled exactly as normal. So you roll insight, and you're looking for a high dice roll. But in the case of low, the skill check DC will be calculated as the skill check will be calculated as dice result minus modifier with a DC that works in reverse. So, for example, when making an insight check to see if an NPC is lying, so your character's skill in insight will increase the chances of detecting a lie, but just by seeing whether the dice result is high or low, you won't know whether you're accurately reading the person.
Oh, I see. So you're putting all the numbers behind like a kind of code.
Yes.
There's a layer of code.
Exactly. So typically it's most commonly used in insight. But it might also be sort of perception or even history.
Yeah.
If you're
so this way essentially right. So this way essentially we won't be able to like pin down like the AC of an enemy we're fighting just by the roll numbers.
Oh no, combat I don't do it for combat.
Okay, so not for combat, but
all combat rolls are public. So all combat rolls you want to be rolling high. But when it's, I'll definitely be letting you know anytime this house rule is in effect. Usually it's when there's some mystery involved. The most common, as I said, is when someone is potentially lying and you're running an insight check. You shouldn't be able to tell from your dice roll. What you'll probably get is sort of you'll roll a dice, and if you see that it's low or you see that it's high, then you can't be that confident in the dice roll itself. Right. You have to trust in your character's skill.
Right. And so if we're trying to go for a low roll, then our proficiency is actually a negative modifier, you said, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it still has a benefit to have a high skill modifier to that. So if all of you are trying to determine whether the shady guy behind the bar is telling the truth, then the one who has the best insight skill is probably what you'll be able to trust. Now, I'll still be letting you know as a DM, like, this character trusts the NPC, this character doesn't trust what they're saying, and it's up to you guys to then figure out who's right. And it can also work in situations where you're doing a knowledge check, like, rolling history to sort of determine what you know about a particular area. Two different characters might have different opinions or might have heard different information about that area. And you have to then look at the dice rolls, you have to look at the character's skill levels, and then determine who you think is right. It just adds a little bit of mystery and sort of interesting depth to the intrigue side of it, rather than just being able to go, oh, well, so-and-so rolled an 18, therefore they're the one who's right, and the NPC is not lying. Something like that. So yeah, you won't be able to base it all on the dice roll. You'll have to base it on your own instincts. And obviously the metagaming will creep in there. There's always an element of metagaming, but it downplays the effectiveness of the metagaming, shall we say. Okay.
Yeah, I'm good either way. I'll try anything once. Not true.
Yeah, I mean, it can sound a little confusing, but once you've seen it in effect a couple of times, it'll make perfect sense. And so far, I haven't had anyone experience that system and think it's bad. Like, everyone generally thinks it's really good.
Can I ask how you're going to let us know when you're using it? Or are you just going to yell like, Nicole?
No, I'll just say, I think I'll probably just say I'm rolling to see whether this is going to be high or low, and then I'll react in a way that's going to make you guess and try and figure out my tells. I'll react as the dice roll is very dramatic, and you won't know whether that means it's low or high, but you'll have a lot of stress trying to figure it out.
Oh my god, that was so loud.
Oh, sorry. Wait, is my mic loud?
No, just that was. It was very unexpected.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
It's okay.
Does anyone? So that's all the house rules I could think of, like in terms of how I run the game. We did come up with a few house rules along the way last time, just things that sort of situations that came up that didn't make a lot of sense. The only one I can think of off the top of my head is there is a feat, I think Polar Master, I think it's called. Basically the feat allows you to it's Polar Master or the feat that commonly goes along with it. Basically, when
Sentinel,
you hit an enemy with Sentinel. When you hit an enemy with an opportunity attack, their movement speed is reduced to 0. We had the paladin of the party hit a flying dragon with that, and a flying creature whose speed is reduced to 0 is basically falls to the ground. And yeah, basically we implemented a house rule about size, so that only impacts creatures of one size category larger than you, not anything larger. Because we were also thinking, like, a charging storm giant or something gets poked with a spear and then just immediately comes to a sudden halt. So things like that where it just.
Yeah, I mean that combo is, from what I've read, isn't it like notoriously overpowered? So.
Oh yeah, it was.
Nerf would be, yeah.
We talked about it a lot because the player ran it. Not really understanding how overpowered it was, and he actually
like, oh, that looks strong.
Yeah, he thought, useful. Oh, that's super cool, and it was great until we started sort of coming across like much larger creatures, and it just got a bit insane. And so we talked about it as a group and decided the best way, because we didn't want to like nerf it too hard, because obviously then he's sort of had his toys taken away.
Yeah,
but it was making us all scratch our heads about, how is this even physically possible? And it actually worked really well in terms of, it being able to stop a smaller foe, because theoretically a smaller foe wouldn't want to run themselves onto a spear or something like that. But a charging storm giant isn't really going to care.
Yeah, I was playing with a group of like newbies, and then there was this one veteran guy who brought that exact build, and he was just carrying us the whole time. It's really funny.
Yeah, it's a pretty powerful build, and if someone wanted to run with that combo, you absolutely can. I don't have any objections to it, but I will implement a size restriction so that, like, we can all at least pretend that physics exists.
Very fair.
Got you.
Does anyone have any house rules that they are used to playing with, or they really like, they've heard about, that they'd like to include in this campaign?
I have one. I don't know if anyone will agree with it, but for me, it makes combat a little bit more tense, specifically pertaining to death saving throws.
Yeah.
So what I like my DM to do, or generally it's me, is basically the GM will secretly roll for the person, or the person can, in Roll20 you can do a GM roll, so only you and the GM can see it or whatever. Do your death saving throws. So, because what I found initially was, when I first started playing, it'd be like, such and such is down. They roll, 15. And then the party be like, oh, that's good. And they'll keep fighting, blah, blah. Oh, they rolled a 70, and the party be like, right, let's just kill everyone and then deal with that. Whereas if you roll them in secret, the party doesn't know if you're going to die.
Over there.
Yeah. So,
like it should
that
be.
is one of my favorite house rules. Yeah. It makes death saving throws more scary. It makes you not want to get down, because if you get downed and no one's like near you, or no one can get to you in a couple rounds, or has to take a risk to get to you. Like it, for me personally, I like it. I don't know how everyone else feels, but
I vote in
Yeah,
favor for that
secret
one.
death
That one
saving
sounds
throws.
great. Yeah.
Yeah, I really like that rule. Just as long as like when a person actually does die, that it's like narrated properly, just so it's not like, oh, and then like after the combat, oh, by the way, this person's dead. So
yeah, no,
Yeah, no,
So
no.
I
On the
doubt
on the
that happens.
topic of death, I don't know how you guys feel about character death, but I like that. I think it's like pretty important, at least for me in a game, that
Yeah.
my character's life is on the line, and that if he is just just bad roll and he gets critted and he is down and no one's around and he dies, then that's just how she goes. And I think that's really, really kind of important to keep the game tense. I was just playing a game last week with a group, and our party was getting our asses handed to us on a platter, and he just was like, "Oh, there's less enemies now for you to fight because this event happened," and it's like,
Yeah.
I would have rather just seen us all get massacred.
So you would
and have that be the end
prefer
of the
for like
story.
for death to matter.
Yeah, death to matter, but also
Yeah,
that I think that the DM should not interfere with character death unless it's like really critical. And I don't know.
I mean,
For me,
It's always kind of a tough
Aside-
call when you're the DM, right? Because it's
As-
like, do I
as-
literally
yeah.
just let him die, or like I could save him with like some kind of event that does make sense in the situation.
Yeah.
But
exactly.
like, I'm cool with just being let to die.
Yeah, exactly. Like as a DM, I definitely don't agree with you, but as a player, I'm totally fine with that.
Okay,
well, that's
gotcha.
that. I was actually going to bring that up as well. It's kind of up to date, like because that kind of takes away from some healing spells. And I know you have a cleric. I can't remember what cleric it was, but like bringing someone back to life, like
Yeah, right.
how does that work? I think I saw a rule once, DM, and I don't know if you're going to agree with this, but basically it was when you're trying to resurrect someone, you roll a d20, and then whatever the save is. But every time they die, subsequently after that, it gets more difficult.
Oh, yeah.
And also,
Oh, that's
if
cool.
a character is dead, like for example, you were saying that you like when your character dies.
Yeah,
Sorry, Andrew, is it?
yeah, it's Andrew. Yeah,
Yeah. I actually agree with that. So
Kill
when
me.
you're dead,
yeah,
Yeah.
kick my ass.
so when you're dead, your character in the afterlife can decide not to come back. They're happy to be with their ancestors, their loved ones, whatever.
Yeah, for sure. That's
depending on
kind
the
of just like
story.
a nice, cool, like thematic way to
Yeah.
retire your character.
Exactly.
And
So that's
another leave a game or start a new character in the game. Yeah, but
Exactly.
like I just think it's like it's important to like have it like deep in my subconscious when I'm playing this game that like Yuri Rivikovic really could just like hit the bucket if he runs into something that's like really messed up,
Mm.
and maybe running away would be a better option than staying and fighting and dying. I really
Yeah.
like that element in the game.
And that
I
also
think
goes back
it's
to the
important to
XP
create
later on.
tension.
Yeah, you need that tension for sure.
Yeah. So in terms of the death saving throws thing, I have no issue at all with that. I personally wouldn't want to make the rolls for you just because that feels a little like
Yeah.
taking player agency away, but I'm very happy for death saving throws to be GM rolled so that only the player is aware of their condition.
Can anyone else see that? Can anyone see that in Roll20, or is it just me and the DM? The GM?
Chat.
I can't see it.
I can't see it.
Yeah, so it does work. Yeah, so
Yeah,
you just
it works
slash
pretty
GM
well.
roll and then roll a D.
It's nice and easy. So I'm more than happy for that to be the case. And with regards to death and everything, as I kind of mentioned previously, my preference with combat is because I personally, as a player and a DM, I'm not a fan of like fudging dice rolls, and I prefer to never do it. And so my preference is to just roll combat just completely publicly.
Okay.
The downside, of course, with the Roll20 system is as soon as I attack with any given creature, you guys will be able to see its modifiers and all of that. But whether you look at that or not is up to you, and whether you want to leave the mystery in the fight. But all of my combat rolls will be there for you to see, unless there's a really specific reason that it shouldn't be.
Okay.
But yeah, the vast majority of the time. So yeah, as far as the risk of death, like. I think only the two
Watch
of
me
us can
never
do
make
that
it
one.
past level 1. This is going to be it for
immature.
me.
The funny thing is,
Absolute
it actually-
shit show. We just
it rolled
did it
that
first.
dice. But, you guys will be able to see the danger, and there won't be any sort of fudged dice rolls in that regard to save you, because everyone will see immediately, like if the roll has killed you, if they know what the mechanics are. Like if you're on the ground and bleeding, and someone comes along and hits you twice, and they'll see those 2 hit rolls, everyone will know that you're dead. With regards to raising the dead and resurrection, there are some in-world factors that will sort of come into play with regards to that. So there are different groups and different beliefs throughout this world.
Ladies.
In terms of, some people have some pretty strong opinions over raising the dead. Some people don't. So that's something you will have to manage. Like theoretically, if a member of the party dies and is brought back to life by a particularly wealthy cleric, then that might have some impacts. It will certainly have impacts on the player in question, and the way that they died, and where they were at in their life when they died could also have some impacts on the character. So I won't go too far into it without going into spoilers, but there are consequences to death beyond just this isn't a setting where you can kind of just die and get brought back every couple of days and be fine. There will be impacts on the world and on your characters. So and I think if a situation eventuates where someone dies multiple times and is brought back multiple times, that will actually, rather than being gamey and annoying, I think that will be fun, because it will allow us to explore some of the darker themes at play in this world.
Nice.
Particularly for those who die. My recommendation is that you don't die.
God, that's kind of what you want to hear.
Yeah, it's just some people take because there is resurrection spells. Some people take it for advantage of it, basically. Just to be like, if I die, it doesn't matter. You can just res me at the end of combat.
There was a character who died in the previous campaign who, by the end of it, wanted to have some very strong words with Pluto, who is the god of the dead and responsible for the underworld. I'll say that much.
And what about sorry, Adam? What about people basically if they're dead and either they're fed up playing the character or whatever, or it's thematical that the character doesn't want to come back? If they say no to being resurrected, what's your opinion on that?
I think the rules even state that the soul has to be willing, or the spell fails.
Oh, fair.
I can't remember if it consumes the diamonds or not, but I'm almost certain that a soul has to be willing to be resurrected or raised from the dead. Double check. But I'm pretty sure all of those spells specify that.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure. Yeah,
and that's sort of probably more for for NPCs who have been killed by the party and don't want to get killed again than anything else. But certainly if and also I think it if we're talking about player characters, it comes down to respecting each other as people. If someone is comfortable for that character to be dead and they would like to bring in a new character, don't raise their previous character. It's just not necessary.
Yeah, for sure.
I know some people like to play characters where if they die, like they don't mind because their family is dead, and stuff like that. Once they if they've achieved their goal in life, say of avenging someone in their, then they eventually die. Like a lot of people will be fine with that. And,
yeah, I've just checked Raised Dead, and it says if the creature's soul is both willing and at liberty to rejoin the body, and that's the lowest level one, and I think from there they just everyone does specify.
Oh, cool.
Hey, that's it for
resurrection. If its soul is free and willing, and
nice.
Cool. Any other house rules that anyone would like to have in play?
No, you do the inspiration thing yourself, so I can never figure out a way to give out inspiration myself personally. I always just be like,
if I remember inspiration, I'll award it, but generally I like players to nominate each other just because it also creates a good sense of sort of collaborative teamwork, really, and just I like encouraging players to see the awesomeness in each other. Because that creates a much better group dynamic.
Yeah.
Regarding
people are going to do inspiration stuff, that's what this game's about.
Just regarding inspiration, as it's written, it says you have to roll the dice beforehand. Is that the way you rule it?
Oh, like as in you have to say that you're using it before you roll?
Yes. Or can you basically see your roll and then change it because your roll was shitty or something?
Weirdly enough, due to Roll20 macros being what they are, so if everyone takes a look at the rolls, we'll see that there's a roll from Gallant here, which is a Constitution roll. Mm-hmm. So it's actually rolled twice, and it does that because you might have advantage or disadvantage. And so the first one is always just the normal one, and then you only look at the second one if there's advantage or disadvantage. What I actually let people do, or what I've done historically, is I'll let them decide if they want to use inspiration after rolling the dice. And because of the way Roll20 works, they actually see what they will get from that. But I don't know if that feels too strong to you guys. But personally, I think it always sucks when someone decides to use inspiration and it doesn't.
They get nothing. Well, the way you can kind of do it as if, so say if I'm rolling strength here and I get a 17, right? I'm not usually not going to change a 17, but if I want to, we can ignore the 14 and then use inspiration and then just re-roll it and use the first roll the 6. Yeah. Or vice versa. Like if I get the 6 and then I re-roll it, I'll use the 17.
I would say it would be either or. So you guys could choose whether you want to re-roll like you would normally, or whether you want to be able to grab the other one that's there. So you'll either know what you're going to get or have the ability to re-roll it. Yeah. I mean, obviously the knowing what you're going to get is the much stronger option. But I know that some people like more of a challenge, so I don't want to tell you that you have to take it.
Mm-hmm.
But I would recommend you take it because it's if the DM is allowing you to abuse a rule, abuse it.
Well, that kind of again goes into what type of character you're playing.
Yeah. But I'm more than happy to just keep playing it the way I have, where people know what they're going to get. But if you guys would prefer, we can sort of ignore what's in the second box and just have you re-roll.
I'm good with this.
Yeah, I'm good either way. I don't mind.
Yeah, honestly, same for me.
Okay. Probably personally always roll again because it's fun. But But that's everything I have, I think, for in terms of stuff that I use in general.
I actually I don't have like a house rule for this. It's more of like a question for you guys. Like in my D&D campaign, one time I had like another adventuring party going through, and like a person in my party went to insight them to like see like are they as strong as us? Like what are they like? And then I had like a bunch of other people also wanting to do that, but they only wanted to do that because the first person did. Like, how do you stop that?
Yeah, so the way that I've seen other DMs do it, and the way that I personally like it the most, is like, at most, just the guy who comes up with the idea, like, I want to insight or I want to do this check, he does it, and then at most, he can be assisted by another guy who's like, oh yeah, that's good, I'm going to help you with that. But if, like, the whole party just rolls checks, like, it gets ridiculous. There's no point, you know?
Well, that's where the Nicole's mystery check rule can really come into play. So in certain situations, so for example, if someone is trying to see what they know about a particular type of creature, I think it's actually quite fun when using the mystery checks to have everyone roll, and then everyone's got a different opinion on what they know about that creature. So it's kind of fixed by that mystery because you don't know who's actually got the best result. I mean, the wizard probably knows better than the barbarian what a particular spell does, but maybe the wizard rolled terribly and the barbarian rolled amazing.
I do think it's cool that you encode sort of the results, but I also prefer it if not everyone is allowed to just run the same check, regardless of whether it's coded or not. That would just make it too easy, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I tend to base it on situation. So there are some situations where like everyone can have a try, like particularly if it's sort of a knowledge thing to see, like, what do you each know about a particular thing?
Right. Because
that can lead to sort of hidden knowledge and things like that between party members. But yeah, there are definitely some things where it's like, particularly, say you're trying to convince someone of something, like you're trying to run a charisma check to convince someone to sell you something at a discount. You can't have like 4 people run up and have 4 separate attempts to haggle with the same merchant. Right. Like that's where I'd be like, all right, in that situation, I would say, all right, someone can be assisted, but you can't have 4 separate attempts to haggle with the merchant, because after the first one, he's just going to like wave you away.
Yeah. It's just for the flow of the game and for difficulty's sake, because if it's like you're all in like a cavern that like collapses on you or something, it's like, we could all probably have like a strength check to see if we can, get some of the stone cleared out or something. But for something like that, like especially anything personal or anything like active, like one of us has an idea and wants to do that thing, it should really only be them and like possibly an assistant.
Yeah,
is the way that I like to do it. So
I agree. So definitely sort of try and coordinate those things as a party, and then there will be some things that are relevant to have as a. So some things that like need to be individual checks, like perception, particularly if something's sneaking up on you, because then you need to determine like who's surprised or stealth. Stealth is another classic one. I like to run group stealth checks so that if one person gets a shitty roll, it doesn't ruin it for the whole group.
Right. Okay.
So I'll get everyone to make an individual check, but then I'll average those checks. Rather than because if you have 4 people roll stealth checks, one of them's going to roll badly. A group of 4 could, in this game anyway, because of the randomness of a D20, a group of 4 statistically has almost no chance of being stealthy because one of them will kick a wall.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but with regards to the where do we want to land? Inspiration, do you guys want to roll again or grab the known second roll?
I guess if I had to pick like between one of them, I would pick the roll again.
I'm in that party also.
I would pick the easier one. Personally.
Yeah.
But I mean,
like I said, if I had to pick, I'd whatever you guys want, man.
It's 2 against 1. I'll surrender.
Yeah.
Technically, Kitty still has to.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
right. She could be the tiebreaker.
We'll see what Kitty's vote is. So Kitty, when you're listening to the recording,
or even
let us know what your opinion is here.
Yeah.
Wait,
or even
what you said.
What you said. Yeah, she's recording, I think.
Peters.
Sorry.
Oh shit, he said it.
Oh,
But what you suggested earlier, like like I think which was we could either take the role that's like presented,
Yeah.
or like and then decide if we wanted to re-roll as well, like in that instance. Like that's pretty good too. I think that might be fair. But yeah, whatever you guys want.
yeah. I think we'll park that one for now. Everyone give it some thought. I mean, it doesn't have a huge impact on the game.
Mhm.
And yeah, we'll figure out what the preference is. I mean, if Kitty wants to be in the roll again camp, then it is 3 versus 1. So then it's sort of a more clear thing. But it's also something that we can change. So we'll give it some thought. And the first few
Sure.
sessions will be pretty flexible anyway, just because we'll be finding our feet. But yeah, that's all the house rule and sort of logistics stuff. One thing that I found was quite cool in the previous campaign is I've always been a fan of something they do in visual media, like TV shows and movies and whatnot, of even in games, of giving characters theme music or theme songs, just sort of music that plays
That's cool.
when a particular character makes an entrance. Like if you've ever watched anime, like that's a
Yeah.
huge part of anime.
I was just thinking like WWE. I don't watch that, but
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They do it there as
Stone
well. Like
Cold.
it's actually a very
Yeah.
very common tool, but never really used in RPGs. But in the previous campaign, I gave my characters a chance to sort of pick theme music because they went down to there's a Colosseum in this world, so of course they went there, and we played their sort of theme songs when they entered the arena. And I thought it would be pretty cool if you guys are interested to have you just pick some theme music for your character, and then when your character has like some awesome moment, then maybe that music plays.
I'm a huge fan of that.
Yeah,
I like
if it's,
yeah.
if it's not something. Yeah, I mean, great. If you're into it, fantastic. Pick some theme music for your character. Send it to me in a link, and I'll get it into Roll20. If it's not really something that you're interested in, you don't have to do it. But if you want some theme music that can play for your character, just hit me up and I'll get it into Roll20.
Yeah, I'm definitely a fan of working as much music into everything as much as possible. So yeah,
I try to have like a lot of background ambience just to try and set the mood. Like if you guys are in a forest, there should be sounds of birds and all of this. And
That is fantastic.
I'll play sort of battle music as well. So if anyone's got any music suggestions at any point in the campaign, feel free to just message me or something. Because I think that it's good to have that audio in place as well.
Mm-hmm.
It can make sort of the waiting for your turn in in combat sort of feel a little more dramatic.
Elevator music, yeah.
Oh yeah, look, we can give it a try.
No,
so I think it'd be good for us to introduce our characters. So would anyone like to go first? Now, obviously, like if you want to keep certain elements of your character a secret from the party, that's great. Personally, I like the idea of sharing most things with the players. And if you want to sort of keep secrets from characters, that's 100% fine. But obviously, if there's some elements to your character that you want to dramatically reveal at some point during the campaign, you don't have to share everything now. I'll just say.
I'd like to go last, if that's okay.
Yeah. Sure.
I can go first then if no one wants to be the asshole to say me first. I can do it.
Go for it.
So, this guy's name is Yuri Rurikovich Savinov. Have fun pronouncing all that at once. He is a ranger, and I guess when the first time you see him, he's gonna be like he's gonna be on the smaller side for an orc, like about average, not really small. He's a big boy. He's like 250 pounds. He's like 6'5" 4 or something like that. I'm not really too sure yet. And but what makes him really interesting, he's gray skinned, by the way. He's not like a green skinned orc. He looks mostly human. Like, he looks closer to like the human side than the orcish side. And what really makes him stand out, though, is the fact that he has a little drakeling with him. So he's got like a little baby dragon that he takes care of. At the point that when you first meet him, the dragon is going to be, useless. But eventually, it might be useful. So, what can I say about him? He's kind of he's from a rural area, and he's a half orc. He's from the Orcish Empire. His mother was a human from the Human Empire, somewhere in the eastern side, but was captured by his Orcish father as like a spoil of war and brought over to the Orcish Empire. But time passes and everything settled down, and she ended up having a family of 18 children, of which Yuri is one of them. So he was a trapper by trade, and that's pretty much the basic gist. So he's just kind of set out just on the basic sort of wanderlust that many orcs feel. So he's just looking to test himself in the world and went to the Human Empire. That's pretty much him.
Okay, are you happy for other players to know a little bit about how this little drakeling came into your life?
Yes. So the only thing is that this is just I just didn't want to bore the other listeners with this, but this is something for you, Adam. It's like the thing is that the class says that the Drake is like a spirit, right? But I was kind of hoping it could be just like a real, like, tangible creature that, like, would be like just sitting on my shoulders or going into the backpack, something like that. Not something too spiritual. I think you could work that in.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a way we can make that work. I'm wondering, would it be possible to have, let's say, it is sort of a silver dragon hatchling.
Yeah.
And because obviously the spirit sort of, well, according to the class, the spirit becomes more powerful and more capable as you grow. What if the hatchling essentially is a non-mechanical pet? So it is a real life creature. It is a silver dragon hatchling, but it has no mechanical impact, and the spirit element is a power that comes from your bond and your connection.
Yeah,
with
see that? Yeah, that's kind of what I was hoping. Yeah,
because
something like that makes sense because it would grow too slowly otherwise. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they take decades to grow. But I think the other concern would be I think the reason they use it as a spirit is because if it was a creature itself, it could die and then you lose your class.
Mm-hmm.
So perhaps there is a living creature and it's your pet. It sort of sits on your shoulder, hides in your backpack, etc. And then the spirit is sort of an expression of the power of the bond between the two of you.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
That way the spirit can be destroyed in a fight, but the hatchling itself, as a pet without mechanics to it at all, it doesn't die, and so the spirit can be reconjured.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to
get it back in a long rest or something, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that could just be explained
That
by
could
sort of
work.
spending
That's a.
time with each
It
other.
seems a little bit convoluted to me, but
yeah.
I was hoping, I was just kind of hoping that it would be like a real flesh and blood creature. I know it would be. I don't know. Maybe I'll think about it. We can talk more about it later.
Yeah, I mean,
guess,
there's
before.
definitely a solution in place. Essentially, what I want to avoid is a
Yeah.
situation where it can die.
Yeah.
Because then you essentially lose your class.
Yeah.
So we need some way of basically
I can.
making it.
I'll put some more thought into that, and I'll see
Yeah.
if I can come up with a solution, and we can
Okay.
talk about it over DMs and stuff. But
Yeah, have a think about what works best for you. But I want to make sure that it's not something that you can lose or have die, basically.
yeah, for sure. But just to move on here, into the backstory. So that makes it kind of changes the backstory a bit. It's going to depend, but pretty much, he was a young lad, so like I don't know, 15 or 16, and there was a really brutal winter that struck his village, and it's a pretty remote village, and he's a trapper by trade, right? So when the winter came, the animals suffered as much as the villagers did, and he had to make his way far, far into. Now we didn't actually get to talk about this. What exactly is this region that he went to? This even more remote region. I was hoping it could be like some kind of like frozen mountain, but
That would certainly exist. I mean, the Orcish Empire itself is not specifically mapped, and I intend not to map it.
okay,
So basically, yeah, that can exist. The purpose of, as I kind of mentioned to you in our one-on-one chat, the purpose of that is that the Orcish Empire is theoretically infinite in that anything a player needs to exist can exist in there.
Mhm.
So that anytime a player's got an idea that doesn't exist in the more sort of concretely mapped areas of the world, I'm like, oh, that's over there.
Got you.
So yeah,
Okay.
that part of the world can definitely exist.
What I practically have in mind is like an equivalent to like the Ural Mountains. He goes into the Orcish Ural Mountains, and he's trapping for various animals, and he screws up and falls and breaks his leg, and he's like a million miles from civilization, and he doesn't have, the ability to deal with his situation. Like he's kind of screwed. So he's dying because it's freezing cold and he doesn't have any food and his leg is broken. And I'm still kind of vague on how all this goes. I'm not going to go into too much detail to spare you guys some time. But he is saved by this silver dragon in human form. And she takes him back to her roost or cave or wherever she's living. And she's living alone. She was recently widowed by the death of her mate and is living there pretty much by herself with her like last sort of child, and that's this drakeling. And as Yuri spends time there recuperating, he ends up kind of like charming this dragon lady. He gives her a gift, and the nature of the gift I still have to think of. But it's something kind of like useless generally, but it's the most valuable item that Yuri has. He gives it to her, and she's charmed by him because she appreciates his honesty, and yeah, the gift is just, it's not valuable to her, but she's touched by it.
Was
So
it a
that's
kiss?
kind of, what's that?
Was it a kiss?
No, it was not a kiss.
It's
It's actually like a tangible item.
Oh,
Yeah. It's some kind of like hand me down or something from his father, whatever. And so he's he's recuperating there, and yeah, so they're spending like some time together, and he eventually meets her dragon child, and pretty much sort of, I guess there's like a kind of bond that happens there, and it's sort of beyond his control. There's like a kind of just otherworldly thing that connects them, fate, if you will. And the dragon woman, she notices this bond and comes to appreciate Yuri, right? So as a gift to him, which is like the deepest gift that, a dragon could give, she gives her own offspring to Yuri. There's a lot of for these reasons are like the reason why she gives it to him is like he doesn't really know. He's like kind of stunned that this ancient being would give him like her child and her last child. Like she's not going to be having any more children. Her husband or mate is dead. But her reasons would involve something like, she's an ancient dragon. She can see that Yuri has something to do with the fate of the world in some way, and that he's going to be playing some sort of part. Furthermore, she trusts him. He's kind of like a happy-go-lucky, somewhat kind of kooky guy. Not kooky. I don't know. You'll meet him, but yeah, he's a happy-go-lucky, very positive-minded, bright-spirited fellow, I guess you could say. And so she just thinks that he needs protection, and that she can sense that he has this fate in store for him. So those would be some of the reasons why she gives him her last son. And yeah, I guess after that, he just he has this dragon that he has to take care of. Like he's not going to be staying in his village, he has to live the life of a wanderer now. So he makes his way out of the Orcish Empire and into the human territory. I'm thinking, by the way, Adam, that maybe there could be someone, maybe not like now, but there could be somebody coming after him for this drakeling that he has. Like some kind of powerful party of some sort. I don't know. But yeah, that's Yuri Rurikovich Savinov.
Okay.
That's him.
I actually have a couple of quick questions for you. So have this ancient dragon, have you got a name for her in mind?
Nothing yet. No.
Okay. Give it some thought, and once you've decided on a name, just let me know.
Oh, didn't you say you had some like already in the world? Did you want to tie this into like an existing character you'd made?
Not at this stage.
Okay.
But I'm I see. But we'll see sort of how situations develop. I've had a couple of ideas around that, but cool. Feel free to name this dragon. Is she still alive?
Yuri doesn't know. One thing that he does know is that he probably won't see her again. He has a feeling. And then that will be that.
Okay.
So he doesn't know. He doesn't know where that feeling comes from. I'm assuming the dragon probably felt that herself too, which is why she gave him the, another reason to give away her only son, her last son. So, but it's also possible.
For you.
Yeah, sure. What's that?
So, towards the end of your time with this dragon lady, she was disappearing, often for days at a time, and just seemed to be gone more than present.
Mm-hmm.
And once you formed a strong bond with her, she ended up explaining why she was vanishing for days at a time. So she had become aware of a pair of massive red dragons nesting in a volcano within the Orcish Empire that had become much more active in recent years. And she suspected that these two dragons must be up to something nefarious, and so she was monitoring the two of them.
Cool.
But she never told you more than that.
Okay.
So, Jacob.
Whoa. Okay.
Would you like to tell everyone about your character?
Yeah. I will be playing Alaric Müller.
Yeah.
He's from he's from Würzburg, where we'll be starting, right? Yeah.
Yep.
He was born, just a little Miller family stuff type deal. He always wanted to be a knight when he grew up, which, people thought he would grow out of this dream and stuff like that, but he never did. And then one day when a knight was passing through where he lived, he followed this knight for days, actually, until one day in the forest, this knight got attacked, and then Alaric wanted to run in to, save the knight, but he just ended up getting himself in danger, with the knight ending up saving him. And then he got brought back, healed back to health over in Würzburg. And then when he woke up, he just begged the knight, begged to become his squire, which the knight finally agreed to if Alaric could get the proper equipment himself, which, he has a rich uncle, so that's pretty nice. And the rich uncle was feeling very merciful, so he got Alaric the proper gear, and so him and Sir Carl is his name. They went on adventuring for about 5 years, all throughout the upper part. What was it called again? Transalpine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Transalpine, it sort of means beyond the mountains. So the northern part is the Transalpine states, and the southern part is the Cisalpine states.
Yeah, so they were like, oh, by the way, this knight, Sir Carl, he's a part of the Order of Mars, which is like these war guys, and they also really hate orcs.
Nice.
So that might be kind of interesting. I will say Alaric is not like super zealous on that, so he's not going to kill you for being an orc. But
that's good.
yeah, they were adventuring around, being kind of Witcher types, helping the townsfolk and killing monsters that were plaguing them. And yeah, Alaric learned how to be a knight and all of that stuff during that time. And then at the, closing in on the very end of his squire time, they were going to travel up to Marienburg, which is where the headquarters is, so he could get knighted and stuff. They decided to go on one last adventure, and then some stuff happened, which I won't tell you about right now, but it led to Alaric going back to Würzburg, and instead of pursuing becoming a knight, he decided to join up in the army. So yeah.
Okay, nice. Good thing I didn't. I went with this character. Yuri was actually a secondary idea for me. I was gonna my first idea was actually a guy pretty similar to yours.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I guess I should explain his personality a little bit more. I don't know what he's going to be like fully. I don't think any of us know what our characters will be like. But kind of naive and
nice.
I guess naive, and also taking on a lot of his master's characteristics a little bit,
just impersonating him.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to be super quiet and bitter as a person, but when you actually get to know him, he's super talkative and nice, and yeah.
Nice.
Okay, so would you like the other players to be aware of certain other parts of your backstory, or would you prefer to keep those things on the down low at this stage?
I think I'll keep them on the DL, yeah.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to try something. Hopefully, Roll20 does what I want it to do. So this should only pop up for you. This image.
Yeah. Wow.
Did anyone else see an image come up?
No.
No.
Okay. Then perhaps it's something you might be introduced to in the future.
Perhaps.
But
Okay.
yes, just to help you sort of visualize that. Do you happen? Well, you probably don't have one prepared, but can you select for me a cool image to represent Sir Carl, and I'll get that into Roll20.
Oh, yeah, I'll do that.
And what I'll also do, since the others didn't get to partake in that, is another character I'll introduce. So you have heard of the head of the Order of Mars. He's actually also the Prince Elector of Marienburg, but his official title within the Order of Mars is Hochmeister, or Grand Master. His name is Konrad von Erlichshausen, and I would say he's famous enough that all players have heard of him. So I'm just going to click Show to Players, and this is a character you've probably heard of, as he's one of the most influential and powerful members of the Empire. So Marienburg is headquarters to the Order of Mars and is probably the most military or militant of all the states of the Empire. So, yeah, you would have heard of him.
Even
And the
even characters like outside the Empire, like particularly my character, or perhaps even Andrews.
I would say even people originating from the Orcish Empire would have heard of this guy, possibly in a different light to those who grew up in the Human Empire.
The Butcher.
The big bad.
Yeah, very much. He has a certain reputation for. I mean, Marienburg being close to the Orcish border, it's just there's a lot of tension there. And as he's head of an order of militant knights and ruler of the most militant state within the Empire, he's sort of very much known for his policy of violence solves everything. And if violence hasn't solved it, then you haven't used enough of it.
Okie dokie.
So one last question for you, Jacob. Would you like me to develop a plot line involving how your mentor became involved with certain groups? Or have you got some ideas in mind for that?
Oh, yeah, that'd be great. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I will come up with something. So, Dan.
Yeah.
It seems we come to you. Hopefully, I mean, I'm not sure if Kitty will make it in time. If not, I'll allow her to sort of introduce most of her sort of character details at the start of session 1. But yeah, so for now, take it away.
Just one quick question, obviously regarding my character. Is Kitty's character small in terms of like the book? You know, right? It's like medium, small, large. That's all I want to know.
Size medium.
Oh, damn. Okay.
So like regular human size.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
okay.
we haven't got any teacup size.
No. I'll fucking carry one of you, I swear. Alright, so I'm playing Varath Jarog. He is a Goliath. He is 8 foot tall, and for a Goliath, he is not for a Goliath. For most people, he's actually he's incredibly handsome, like very very beautiful. Most people would recognize that, probably except from himself. He's not the smartest guy. He's quite the opposite. He's skin is very similar to Andrew's character. It's like a silky kind of marble grey skin, and he has green eyes, and long hair that's tied back on the back of a head into a knot, with like shaved around the outsides of it. Again, like going into character descriptions and stuff like about how we're going to play them. My character's quite dumb, but he is quite new to this area we are in the world, like very new. So he's quite jovial and everything is new to him, and you know he's easily excitable and stuff like that. He well, I don't know which character it's going to be, but it probably won't be the paladin because of terms of weight. Maybe it'll be Yuri, but basically the way I had him written was, I'll go through the story and then go over actually. Well, basically, he was the baby of his family. He was born into a family where it was obviously his mother's father, and then he has 4 sisters, and they're all older than him. And then his father died when he was young, probably out. I haven't decided this, but probably out fighting because the area in which he lived was basically tribe warfare. Continually between the different Goliath tribes, the Orc tribes around. And growing up, he was surrounded by these 6, including his grandmother, exceptionally influential people in his life. So when it comes to women, he has very high regards of them and treats them basically very well. He treats women particularly well, purely because he was raised by them. He didn't really have a father figure, so to speak. During his teenage years, he was at war with this one particular tribe, which was led by someone called Kavati, who was also a part of a Goliath tribe. And the war had waged for around 3 years, and one day when Varroth thought it was peaceful, he went out hunting to try and get food. And he was specifically asked by a tribe elder to go out hunting. And then when he was out, he noticed that like smoke billowing from his village's location. And when he was going back to camp, he noticed that Kavati's tribe had fully infiltrated and basically killed all the men that were in the village. He actually witnessed his 2 nephews get executed, and at that stage he knew there was not much he could do to help because of the fact that he was outnumbered, most likely, outclassed in every way. So he wandered away for a while until he ran into one of the characters, but for a while he was wandering. He lost himself in terms of his appearance. So when he was eventually picked up by one of you, he was helped, clean himself up and shaved his head or whatever, just basically clean him up. And one day he hopes to gather the strength and the courage to go back to free his mother and to free his sisters from the rival tribe that has taken over his village. And I'm sure they've probably done a lot worse in that time. He's been gone for about a year or so, I think. No, hold on, scratch that. He's been gone for 2 years. 2 years, so. And then back to his appearance, I suppose he's wearing, general kind of like clothing. I have a little picture. You can see it probably. But that's him. He's quite jovial. Has a necklace on that matches his eyes. Was given to him by his grandmother. But that's it. Not much else to say about him for now.
Okay. So a big question here would be which of the party happened to be the one to pick up Varath and clean him up, help him out?
Where were you?
I'm from or technically I'm a part of the Orcish Empire, a part of the unmapped lands that we don't know about. from a mountainous region. So that kind of links up with your story as well, I suppose.
Kind of does. And where were you picked up?
Well, I would have been fairly recent, a couple of months maybe. Basically making our way towards the capital city where we are now.
Okay, so just wherever, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could make sense because I'm
could
assuming
have
like the
easily been
Goliaths
picked up by
are.
Yuri, or even Jacob during his sort of Witcher. Well, sorry, I should say by Alaric during his witching.
Yeah.
So
I don't mind
I
either
think it
way. It
works.
actually, in my mind, because Yuri is what class is Yuri again? A ranger, correct?
He's a ranger, but I'm going like stealth ranger, like he's going to be in the front lines. So
Okay.
yeah,
Well, basically, I had it in mind that my character, he's a barbarian. I never said this actually, but basically he doesn't. When we're in combat, basically, he's not going to attack unless the person that rescued him tells him otherwise. And
okay, cool.
when he rages, he'd be played differently than this
Right.
silly dumb oaf that he normally is. But he won't go and he'll be standing beside for example, the ranger.
Yeah,
I
I
was
think,
told to go rage. We can have a catchphrase.
yeah, I think I'd like to rock that because
Okay, cool.
it kind of makes sense. Because, well, first of all, we do look similar. We're from the same place, and I think it would just make a cool little alliance within the
Nice.
group. Like a little mini duo.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming like Yuri has probably seen these guys before, right? And
Yeah.
they're in his country and they're fellow citizens, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, like from the Orcish perspective, like they would probably understand that there are lands that are that's Goliath territory. It's just
Right.
from the human perspective that the Orcish Empire is everything that's east of them.
Right.
There's
And
all sorts
are
of
the
other
Goliaths
cultures and species out there, and
right,
yeah. It's just ignorant humans.
Okay. Are the Goliaths like respected with it like in Orcish society, or are they kind of like
I mean, even human society is far more organized than Orcish society, and even then, you'll find different opinions throughout the human empire. So it would depend on the tribe and depend on the year. So some orcs would definitely respect Goliaths. Some would see them as rivals. Some as enemies. Some as friends. It would really vary.
Yeah, I think Yuri could pick you up for sure.
Yeah,
we
I
kind of have a lot in common too. We're both kind of like the wild men, so I think
Yeah,
Yuri
so-
would find a kindred spirit there. So
Now you have two pets.
there you go. Hey, 11
Great.
charisma is really just pulling.
It's not about the charisma; it's about the affection shown when my character was down
Show.
and he was rescued, taken care of.
Yeah, Yuri would
Awesome.
do that for sure.
Nice.
So I actually have a piece of information for Varath as well.
Snap. Okay. Shoot.
So towards the end of your 2 years of wandering, you came across an orc trader who visited your tribe's village quite frequently in the past. Hearing about what happened to your tribe, she expressed condolences for your losses, and she provided a little bit of information for you. So according to the trader, Kavathi's tribe has ended their migration and set up a new village near a mountain of fire. They now worship the fire god that lives in the mountain and have allied themselves to the orcs who also worship this fire deity that they call Ognenibog.
You spell that.
Yeah, try saying that 5 times first.
Yeah, so I will post that in the Roll20 chat.
Oh, I was way off. It's like,
Oh my god.
double letters
There's-
back to back.
There's double letters where you wouldn't expect
Yeah.
them to, but it's just the Orcish spelling.
Cool.
Look, if you think Orcish spelling is confusing, wait till you encounter Elvish.
What do I know of Ognenibog? It's a lot easier to say than it is to read.
Does your character speak Orcish?
My character probably doesn't. Let me have a look. No, he speaks Goliath in common.
Okay, so you've not heard
Barely.
of this blog before.
Okie dokie.
So perhaps it's not a widespread religion, or perhaps it's a distance from where you're from.
That didn't work. Just ignore that, please. Okay, so I don't know anything. Oh, fair enough.
No, it's certainly not part of any organized religion that you've encountered before.
Roger that.
I mean, the orcs as a whole, most of them tend to worship the same gods that humans do, although their sort of the shamanistic traditions influence and color that religion. So they tend to, in theory, worship the same gods as humans, but they worship them a little differently. They have different rituals and things like that. So yeah, there's similarities but differences. And certainly there is no human god you've heard of called Ognenipog.
Okay, thank you.
So Kitty is unfortunately not here to introduce her character, so I'll let her cover the majority of the detail at the start of our first session. But one thing I will add here, just to give her an extra bit of information before the campaign gets going, is I'll reveal that since she sort of, I'm sure that she's fine discussing this openly because she's kind of mentioned it in the chat. One of the background bonds that she's chosen is that ruthless pirates murdered her captain and crewmates, plundered their ship, and left her to die. And vengeance will be hers. So, and I'm hoping Kitty will be listening to this at some point. The extra piece of information for Kitty is a bit more about what she remembers that day. And I'll let her decide whether or not her character shares this information with your characters. But yes. So while sailing off the northern Elvish coast, your ship encountered a kobold trade ship in light winds. Your captain decided to have the kobold captain over for a meal, and it was during this meal that your captain heard all about a man the kobolds encountered who knew the location of La Isla de Oro, an island literally made of gold, according to the stories anyway. The journey to this place was apparently so dangerous, the kobolds named this man El que vende la muerte, or the one who sells death. 3 days later, when a ship was sighted matching the description the kobolds gave, your captain made the fateful choice to approach this mysterious seller. Even the vessel itself was a conundrum. An elvish-built ship, armed with dwarven cannons, captained by a human man, and crewed by a mix of humans, elves, kobolds, and even a number of Sahuagin. Contact was made, and a conversation between captains was had. From what small pieces you overheard, it sounded as though El que vende la muerte believed your captain had nowhere near the wealth required to buy the information, nor the power to seize the gold once found. For reasons unknown to you, El que vende la muerte then drew 2 swords and began to attack, followed swiftly by his crew, who boarded your ship and massacred everyone. Under a pile of your dead crewmates, your friends, you were left to die. You are haunted by the face of this ruthless pirate, his suave and almost noble bearing, belied by the savagery you saw that day. You've never seen a man capable of fighting that way before or since. So fast and so deadly, it would take a large and well-trained crew to take him down, even were he alone. And what I will do is let's reveal this gentleman to all players, because I have a feeling that Kitty's character is going to want to have some words with this man. So did that come up for everyone?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Perfect.
Damn, he handsome, huh?
Yeah. Not a bad looking fella.
He's almost as good looking as me.
But he's got some nasty history with one of the party, so an enemy to be sure.
He sounds like he would talk like this. Fuck you.
Like you, this is my party's ship now.
I am this captain now.
Yeah.
Nice. So that's all of our players and characters introduced. One question I did have for you guys, just around sort of party cohesion and everything, is: do you guys want the party to have come together as a group before the first section, or would you sort of rather have the characters meet sort of during the first session as a result of sort of joining the army? I mean, we know that Yuri and Varath know each other, but do you want the whole group to meet upon joining the army, or have you already met?
I guess I'd lean towards the being able to meet on session 1.
Yeah, I don't mind either way. To be honest with you, because you said that, sorry, I can't remember your character's name. Hold on, I'm really bad with names. Oh yeah, Mr.
Fine.
Mula. No, Ulrich. Because you said he wandered, so maybe like even if we don't party over them, maybe we've run across him before.
Yeah. I mean,
there's a couple of ways we could go about it. So
we could definitely do that, but like the way I wrote my backstory, it was like very recently he went back to Würzburg for in a pretty long time. So like it'd be cool if we had like met before, and then it's like, oh shit, hey guys.
Yeah, no, that doesn't
could be
work,
good.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
that could be cool.
Okay, well,
Maybe you saw me in the wild.
Officially. Yeah. We can have you guys meet officially in session 1, and then if you want to add like additional backstory and say that you actually met in a pub one time and all that, we can easily run with that. So yeah. Cool. So I guess I'll just open it up to some free question time. Does anyone have any questions about the world or the campaign itself, or
Actually, I totally just have an idea for like how we could have met. Maybe it was like we were in this village, like all of us, and there was like this monster, and then we teamed up to take it down together. That could be kind of cool. Because we were like witchers, and then you were like, "Oh shit, we'll help."
Yeah, sure, that could. Yeah, I mean, Yuri would have been just going over for pretty much just adventure and glory. So that totally works. Yeah. He would be taking whatever comes his way, any odd job, food, or really just anything. So yeah, he's just traveling. I actually have one question for you, Adam. I hate being all specific like this, but like we have on the D&D wiki we have like the Ranger revised, and then we have the Ranger, but with the optionals. And I was kind of hoping that I could use the Ranger with the optionals. Just kind of because I think it's a little bit better balanced looking to me.
Okay. Can you drop the link in Discord?
Yeah, I'll do that right now. So you have like the Ranger, the standard Rangers right here. Then you have the...
Because if it's the optionals that I'm thinking of, like they're from Tasha's guide.
Tasha's...
Was it Tasha?
Yeah.
Tasha's
Cauldron of everything. I have it open here.
Tasha's Cauldron of everything. Thank you.
Yeah.
Tasha's something or other. So yeah, if they're the ones from Tasha's, then go right ahead. I don't mind anyone running. If it's from an official book, go for it.
Oh, cool.
The only time I'll have sort of maybe I'll bring out the DM banhammer as if it's like some custom rules that some random person's posted on their blog.
Yeah, some rando. Yeah. It's
yeah,
just
if that's the ones that I'm thinking of from Tasha's, then go for it. I
can't see if it's from Tasha's or not. Just give me one sec. Yeah, because obviously the standard ranger is like Garbaggio. But
Yeah, I mean that's
these,
pretty well.
these are a
documented
bit
and-
different from the revised ranger. Can you see them there? They have
Yeah.
it's the same. It's the same
No.
link for some reason, even though one is revised and one. I'm confused. Got you. I was just being retarded. Hold on.
I see
Here's
I see the same link for both, by the way. Just a
Yeah, I screwed that up.
yeah.
What the hell am I doing? I am retarded. I just hit paste over the link instead of, and then I copied the thing I pasted. Okay, hold on. Try that. So you can see on like the Ranger, it's like, yeah, because I can't tell which one's from Tasha's. So you can just let me know. But the normal Ranger is, it has like, you see, it has like favorite enemy beginning at first level. You have blah 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 blah. It sucks. You can optionally do instead of that favorite foe, which is better. Or instead of natural explorer, which sucks unless you're doing like a really weird, like super specific kind of game where you're like tracking rations and like all that stuff all the time. It's useless.
Just becomes irrelevant.
You get-
I think
you-
a lot
you-
of the base sort of Ranger from the player's handbook gets sort of nerfed because of how people play the game.
Pretty much.
But I've got Tasha's open on my other screen, and it is word for word with the dnd5e.wiki.com.
Okay, so-
absolutely.
So with
Go
the
with those,
revised
if
Ranger
that's
or
what
with
you
the
prefer.
is that the revised
Uh,
Ranger or the Ranger like standard Ranger page but with the optionals underneath?
It's the one with the optionals.
Okay, solid.
So
Okay, I'll do
Ranger
that one.
Revised I know is official, so you can run with that.
Yeah.
And the one Ranger with the optionals is Tasha's, which is also official. So you
Oh,
can pick
cool.
whichever one you want.
Solid. Okay, I'm just gonna do the standard, the optionals then. Thank you.
Yep, cool. Yeah, no problem. Anything that is in an official book, go for it.
Cool.
The only time that has an asterisk above it is certain wizard spells, and that's just because the major magical organization in this world requires people to get permission to travel to other planes.
Cool.
But since no
Oh,
one
okay.
is a I think you have to be like 17th level wizard to cast plane shift or something like that, so it's not it's not likely to come up anytime soon. But if anyone does die, create a wizard, get to level 17, you need permission from an archmagus before you can cast plane shift. Just FYI.
Gotcha.
Cool.
So yeah, any other questions anyone has?
Nada.
Just that I just had a question for Varath. I kind of zoned out. I was looking at other photos of half orcs that I might want. While
Gotta
you were
choose the
you were
perfect
talking
art.
about, yeah, exactly, and at the worst time when you were talking about your character's like how he was ambushed and stuff. So can you just kind of repeat that for me?
Yeah, well, he basically he was asked by a village elder to go out and hunt
Mhm.
for food. But this was during from when he was 15 to about when he was 18. Excuse me. He his tribe was at war with a rival tribe who was led by someone called Kavati. And when he was out hunting that one day, his tribe was attacked, and all the men were executed. He witnessed his two young nephews, who were only children, also be executed. Basically couldn't do anything about it because, well, he wouldn't have made it out alive. So his whole goal basically is to get stronger, gain allies or whatever it is, to go back and free his mother and 4 sisters who are currently
Abducted
potentially
by
possibly yes, yeah, exactly.
by whom?
His name is
Rival
Kavati.
clan.
It's led by Kavati. The clan name, I didn't have a clan name, so
Oh, okay.
Kavati.
Got you. And then I find you when you're getting your arse kicked.
No, you find me like a year later, just out in the wild.
Oh, just out in the bush. Just
Yeah,
oh, okay, got you.
all ragged and haggard and
Sure. I'm thinking like maybe I run into you after I've left the just after I've left the dragon's lair.
yeah, it's perfect.
Okay, yeah, that's it for me. I think I'm good.
Nice.
Alrighty. Well, I think that that's covered off the basics. I think we're all pretty much on the same page in terms of the kind of campaign that we all want to play in as well, which is really good. We don't have to sort of limit anyone in that regard.
Except maybe Kitty.
and,
Maybe she's against everything.
Yeah, I mean, that would be really funny if she messages on Discord. She's like, "So I listened to the recording and I disagree with everything you said. We need to have a new second zero."
And all the character backstories suck. And
Yeah. Bye.
Yeah, that would be pretty hilarious. But hopefully she agrees with a lot of the stuff that you guys have chosen. But Kitty, when you listen to this, just message in the Discord anything that you don't agree with or anything that you'd like to add to the stuff that we've discussed here today. As I've mentioned before, I'm super excited having seen this campaign play out in one particular way. I'd love to see it play out in a different way. But that being said, I'm not going to tell you guys the choices that the first party that went through this world made. Because I don't want to like tell you, oh, you can't choose this option because that's already been done. If you go down the same path they did, fine. But I don't think it's really possible. I think there's just too many points.
Yeah, it's hard.
I'm thinking, I mean, I don't think it's really possible. I think as soon as we start going, it's going to be like butterfly effect. We're just going to take such different decisions.
The chance that we do the same thing as them in a D&D campaign, I say, is exceptionally slim. But
yeah, I'd say so.
You never know.
Yeah, and I mean, we played, and even if you end up doing a lot of similar things, you almost certainly won't do them in the same order either, because we played for so long that most parts of this world have been sort of explored. I mean, there's been sort of storyline and questing activities in basically in almost every single region of this world. So,
I guess one thing I'm just kind of interested in is, have you done do you have prepared sort of quest lines that you might use in the future?
Yes and no. So the way I kind of like to run a sandbox kind of campaign is I have an idea about, what different regions and nations, I guess you'd say, exist in the world, who all the major players are, and what they're up to. And so all of that is kind of just going on. And that's just happening across the world. Now, you as a party will go in different directions. And so you'll get more accurate and more detailed information in the places that you are, and then you'll hear rumors and bits and pieces of what's going on in other parts of the world. And so the plot lines that will be run essentially will depend on what you guys find interesting and what you go towards. If you hear about something going on in the Elvish Kingdom that you're not interested in, that's not a plot line that will really unfold. You'll just kind of hear how it turned out.
Yeah, okay.
So there'll be various parties up to no good in different parts of the world, and some of the villains will be thwarted by your actions. Some of them won't be. Some of them will succeed because you weren't there.
Cool.
And sometimes,
so you're trying to emulate a little bit of dynamism then with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, cool.
Because I don't like things that are predictable. In terms of being a DM, if everything's predictable, then it's really boring to me. So I like to have a complex system with a lot of different things happening, and then introduce an element of chaos, which is a group of player characters, and then see what happens.
Nice. That sounds good to me.
Hey, I've one small question.
The perspective of heroes and villains and all of that. that could be completely turned on its head, because there are different factions trying to accomplish different goals, and I don't know who you're going to agree with. I don't know who you're going to side with.
Mhm.
So, yeah. What's your question? Sorry, Dan?
Sorry, it's just back to the death thing, because you were saying if we happen to roll up a wizard or blah blah blah. Just something popped into my head. If we are level 6 and one of us dies, when the new character comes in, will they also be level 6, or will they be like level 5 or 4, or how would it
I
work?
think 6. I don't, unless anyone has a really strong opinion about this, I would just prefer to have everyone in the party at the same level.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Because otherwise it can create resentment between players.
yeah.
I don't like it when you have a party where there's like wildly different capabilities at play, and some
Unless
levels
you're like a serious
aren't a big power
masochist
jump,
and you.
but some levels are.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one wants to go down a level for dying. That's just
Yeah. Great. I just wanted to double check.
stress we don't need.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Really. Especially when you're like level 6. Like, there's got to be some other guy out there who's level 6. You
Yeah,
know?
that's what I mean. Yeah,
There's got to
level
be a
6
guy
is
out
just a
there.
random number, but yeah, it's like what was I going to say? You know, like some people, I know we don't, we're probably not planning to do, but some people do like XP per like last hit and XP per skill use and stuff like that. So,
Oh,
you know,
God.
like- yeah, some people do that. So if your character is a bard, it doesn't normally last hit in combat, and you're using that rule, your bard's going to be a very low level, and your fighter is going to be not so low.
Well,
Sounds like a horror story,
Yeah.
bro. Dude, you said I was gonna get the last hit. What the fuck?
Yeah, and that's why some people be like, "I'm just gonna not attack this turn because I know you can't kill it and I can kill it."
And then just
Oh.
like grinding, like just grinding in battles. Like, yeah.
yeah,
Thank you.
this, some rules
This
I've seen.
cooperative role playing game. Just grind.
Some rules are crazy. The skill rule
Yeah.
is also one, because if you have, again, let's just use a bard, because a bard has like 100 different skills they know, that are proficient at. So they'd be like doing all the skills and getting all the XP, and like someone else would be like sitting there like, what the hell's happening?
Just run a charisma
Right.
check on everyone you walk past
Yeah.
in the town.
all players need to get the same XP. I think if
Yeah.
you're
Yeah.
running XP, everyone needs to get the same XP. I've only ever seen it play out poorly. Like I played with one DM who, like, she did the whole whoever gets the kill gets the XP for killing the monster, and she only ran that for I think 3 sessions before she changed the rules, because she realized that she was going to have a riot on her hands.
Yeah.
Because it absolutely
Yeah.
destroys party unity. You think, oh, I don't care about XP and all that, but then when like there's a big monster and only one of you is going to get the XP, everyone's trying to
And
get
you
it.
really want that level up, and no one's been giving you
Exactly.
XP for a while, and then it's like, fuck these guys. Yeah.
That's a good way to derail the whole campaign.
Yeah. It's one of the worst rules I've personally ever heard. I've never seen anyone or played with.
Yeah, I've never even heard of anybody doing that shit.
No, it happens, but yeah, it's really bad.
Yeah,
Because they
I
want
was
to make
quite
it more
new to
realistic,
D&D when I
Yeah.
sort of encountered that, and so I didn't know to like put my hand up and say, "Excuse me, DM, this is a terrible idea."
Yeah.
But I played through it, and I'm like, "Wow, that's a terrible system."
Shit.
Some people are crazy. Just
Yeah.
want to do dumb shit like that for I don't know what it is, like realism or something, but
I know it's a stupid excuse. It's like, oh, let's just make this because like in real life, when you're fighting a battle, you sit down and you crunch numbers for 2 hours. Like,
I have
What?
the ability to fucking
Yeah.
summon my fireball from
It's a game.
palm.
it's just a game.
But I mean, in real life, you learn a lot more from getting hit than you do from hitting someone else. So
Get knocked down.
if they wanted to
Yeah.
do it realistically, you would get
Yeah,
XP.
exactly.
from, like,
It's like, where does it
taking damage
end?
and getting knocked down. That's
Yeah.
what you would get XP from. You
Yeah.
learn from failure far more than you learn from success.
Yeah, just hacking through everything. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's not a
Have you
real
ever,
life.
if you
game,
ever
man.
applying for a campaign and you see that as one of the rules, stay away.
Got you.
Unless you want a headache where you're metagaming everyone trying to be like,
I need to
can
raise
we-
my blood pressure.
So, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, I know everything I need to know. So unless anyone has any other questions or issues they'd like to raise, I think everyone should go enjoy the rest of your nights or days, depending on which side of the planet you find yourselves on. I was going to ask, actually, before we go, I was going to ask about when people can do sort of a first session. So we're obviously going to be playing on Tuesday nights. I'm aware that next Tuesday is the 27th of December, so I'm not even going to try and make that work because Christmas and everything. So how do people feel about a first session on the 3rd of January?
Yeah.
To be honest, I'm good for the 3rd, but I'm also good for next week if everyone is available. My family does things on the 24th, 25th, 26th. We don't do stuff after that.
To be honest,
Christmas ends on the 26th.
Yeah, I would probably be good also for the 27th.
You dare assume that I have shit to do?
Yeah. Like, yeah. I don't have shit. I don't have shit going on, really.
Oh, I don't want to be that guy, but unfortunately, I won't be able to swing the 27th just because there's too much mystery involved. So I've got my mother flying to Australia to visit for Christmas, and I have no idea what we're going to be doing.
This guy has a life. Get a load of him.
There's a very good chance I'm just going to be like sitting around talking and wishing that I could play games, but I'm pretty sure I'd get in too much trouble if I tried to play games at that time. So yeah,
that's fair. Your mother's traveling halfway across
Mom, I'll be out 6 hours.
She's flying a long way. I mean, she's coming to meet her grandson for the first time, so
it's kind of
honestly, I'll probably be sitting on the couch watching my mother play with my son. And wishing I could play games, but yeah, I'm pretty sure if I tried to tell my wife that I'm going to play games that night, she'd be like, "Who's going to be looking after the baby?"
Wait, how old is your son?
He is 7 months.
Congratulations!
Congratulations! Yeah, I mean, he's still very much at that age where like someone needs to be watching him, but like luckily I can get away with a weekly game of D&D because my wife has a weekly horse riding thing. So
that's the trade-off.
Yeah. Hey, look, my hobby's more fun and it's way cheaper. So
can your son hold his head up yet?
Oh yeah.
It's fine. It's time to get a job then.
Yeah, look, I think it's time to get a job as well. But yeah, we've still got a few months before he can start going to daycare. So I'm going to have more time off soon because I'm going to be taking parental leave. So that's going to be good. It's going to make it easier.
How much do you get in Sweden?
Oh, it's
a lot, right?
It's probably pretty good.
600 days to split between the parents.
Wow.
That's 2 years. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Although it's not all. It is the most generous parental leave in the world. Yeah, but it's not all at full pay. A lot of the days are at like 70% pay, or there's like a salary kind of limit to it. But it's still amazing, right? Because if I was still in Australia, I would only get 10 days.
Yeah, well, in America you get nothing.
I'm the father. Yeah, well, exactly. In the US, you get nothing. So
in Ireland, if you're the dad, you don't get
your system. But I certainly pay my taxes for it. I'll say that much.
Yeah.
I always thought taxes were high in Australia, and then I came to Sweden. It's like
you pay like 80% of your income, don't you?
Nah,
exaggerating, but it's like
not 80, but
you get quite a lot for it, right?
Yeah, like you get a lot. Yeah, you do. The support is pretty good. I mean, it's definitely better if you're born here because you get like free university and all sorts of like support, like dental support up until like age 25 or something. There's amazing benefits in Sweden that you get for those high taxes, but it's much better.
Yeah, free university makes Americans just seethe to death.
Yeah, exactly. So
it makes no sense.
I've done it the stupid way because I grew up in Australia and I paid for university in Australia and all of that, and then I came to Sweden and just started paying the high taxes. So I unfortunately am not really getting that many benefits, but it's a pretty beautiful country, and my son will get to enjoy the benefits. So there's that at least.
That's what I can say.
I mean,
So we've
it's,
no Americans in this game, huh?
Yeah, that's
No.
a first for me.
Hey, you can make fun of their
Wild.
stupid country.
We got
I'm
the
surprised we've got 2 Canadians based on the time difference. To be
Yeah,
honest. I thought it
actually,
would all
yeah.
be like EU people.
we got the British Empire and then the true-born Scandinavian.
Whoa, hold on. I'm Irish, bro. That is incredibly offensive.
Don't kill me.
It's like calling a German a Nazi, dude. That's it's so bad.
Ireland
No, we
got their independence. They
At one
fought for
time.
their
At
independence.
one time, you're
100 years ago,
an
officially.
English
This year.
speaker.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah,
The Brits were like, you can't speak your language because if you do,
Oh,
we'll
I
kill
know.
you.
I know. Yeah.
I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, look,
That was I didn't mean to make it a downer.
started-
Just
No, it's
So
good.
what
It's,
can
I
you do?
get you.
Well, the weird thing about me being Australian is my family actually, like 3 of my 4 grandparents were not born in Australia. My family immigrated to Australia from Denmark, and then I ended up moving to Sweden, and I'm in the part of Sweden that used to be part of Denmark. So there's a lot of like linguistic influence here from Danish. And I mean, I don't know what Jacob's opinions are, but I've certainly met Swedes who say that this part of Sweden is still Denmark. But my family didn't bother speaking Danish at home because they're like, oh, they never taught me Danish because it's like, when's he ever going to need Danish? And then I moved to this part of the world, and if I spoke Danish, I would actually instantly be able to communicate with
lot of
Swedes and
people.
understand Swedish
Yeah.
without a problem.
I mean, that's
So it would have
definitely
been
a reach,
damn
though.
useful
Like
if
most
they actually
Swedes,
helped to Danish.
most Swedes will just say that Danish people sound like they have potatoes in their mouth, and like they don't understand a thing. It just sounds like
Yeah, I mean- It's pretty difficult to understand. Like at my
Yeah.
old job, it was a pretty much all Swedish speaking office. Although there was one lady from Denmark, and so she would speak Danish all the time at work and in meetings and everything. And as natives of Skåne, everyone here had no problem understanding the Danish. But I couldn't understand a word of it because I'm an immigrant to this country. I understand Swedish, but not Danish. And I can almost read Danish because it's quite close, but it is so different to Swedish that like she would say something and people would nod and share ideas and stuff, and I'm like, I have no idea what she said.
Yeah, maybe it is different about Skåne actually, because I don't understand a word of Danish either. So maybe it's
Yeah,
just,
I think they grew up here and they hear enough Danish.
Yeah.
Like this job was in Helsingborg, which is like, I think it's only about 2 kilometers or something across the water. Like from the office, we could see Denmark out the windows. Like it's real close, and the boats are going back and forth. So I guess they hear Danish all the time and they get used to it. And I've seen a lot of situations where like you'll have a conversation with one person speaking Swedish, the other person speaking Danish, and everyone can just understand each other. But yeah, certainly you drive even 2 hours north from here and no one can understand Danish.
As far as I'm aware, that's pretty common throughout all of Europe too, as well. Like,
Yeah.
much of the, these borders are ancient,
Border
right?
regions.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
they've been intermingling for a long time, unlike us here in the new country, where it's just like a straight fucking line, and that's like our border that was just drawn one day.
Well,
like if you want to come over to Ireland,
Canadian border though is doesn't it like it's a straight line on a map, but if you drive across it, you have to make a 90-degree turn every few thousand kilometers or something because the straight line on the map doesn't account for the curvature of the Earth.
oh,
That's how long the border is.
yeah, it's crazy. But if you come to Ireland and you talk to me and then you drive like 10 minutes across the river and talk to
Are you in
someone over
Dublin?
there, yeah, we'd have entirely different accents.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Same 10 minutes, like if you go 10 minutes west, it'll be different as well. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is not. It is not like that here. Like we have like, I think like at one time it was more like that. It was more like that in the the older folks, like they have heavy accents. Like I don't know if you can
Yeah.
hear an accent off me, but
Oh yeah.
yeah,
A little.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you should hear the boys who sound like this, guys. Holy, don't go to Lanark, boys. Fucking. Yeah, like seriously, like you have to hear the old, and it actually sounds like Irish. You see how I say Irish?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Irish. You say the same
Yeah,
word.
Irish. Yeah, it's because there's. I'm from the Ottawa Valley, and in the Ottawa Valley, it's just filled with. It's called Ottawa Valley Brogue, and it's like it is a unique accent, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's mostly because of Irish and Scottish settlers. So
Oh,
there's
wow.
some stuff, there's some left over, but it's mostly just standard Californian. Everyone speaks like, the major cities, Vancouver, Toronto. I know people from Vancouver and Toronto, and even Montreal, which is like the French capital, and they all sound the same. They all sound like California, like Valley accent, So
Yeah, I mean it's kind of the same in Australia. Like you talk to the older generations, they've got a much stronger accent, and the younger ones, it's getting closer and closer to sort of American.
I think it's the Americanization of the world.
Yeah.
It's
so sad.
It's all the bloody TV shows and stuff that they.
I don't know, the real like strong Australian accent, that can die. I don't think the world's losing the rich cultural tapestry there.
The
actually,
guys in the deserts in the central.
My dad's best friend lives in Australia, and he came back a couple months ago during the summer. Well, our summer, sorry. And his kids have this weird amalgamation of like they live in Sydney, so they do like this weird Australian Irish accent. It's like some things they say it's so Irish, but then some things they say it's so Australian. It was so weird. So weird.
Oh, it would be. But I never really picked up a strong Australian accent, I guess, because my family were sort of immigrants on both sides. We never kind of had the opportunity to get that real Oka twang, as we say.
Yeah, I can hear it in your voice. I can tell you're Australian at like a first.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like,
but, it's not. It's not
a lot of like non-Australian people can tell that I'm Australian. Like, particularly people from like Canada or the UK, they can usually be like, "Yeah, the guy's Australian." But Australians can't tell that I'm Australian.
Yeah, see,
my whole life I've been asked like, "Oh, where are you from?" And I'd be like,
"Right,
Brisbane."
Around the corner.
Yeah. Where are you from?
Yeah, no, it reminds me of something I've heard one time, which is like, okay, take me, a Canadian. I sound Canadian enough.
Yeah.
And if I go to Ireland, I'm going to start to pick up an Irish dialect eventually. And that Irish, like, I will never sound Irish to an Irishman, no matter what, though. Like, I'll always still keep enough Canadian to sound Canadian to the Irishman who speaks, whatever accent, whatever part of Ireland I move.
That's what I mean. If you spend like 10 years in Dublin and you slightly gain a Dublin accent, people in Dublin might not recognize it, but the second you go
back
like 15, 20 minutes somewhere else, no, even in this country, like if you go to say if you drive down the country for 2 hours, go to Cork, they'll instantly know that you're not from Dublin. It's
But
no, Irish accents are honestly just hundreds of them.
Infectious.
It's a fucking tiny country.
Because you've been there for like a bajillion years.
We have been here for a bajillion.
Yeah.
Quite a while.
Yeah.
But I find that Irish and Scottish, even some like English accents, they're quite infectious though. Like if I speak English with an Irish person enough, I'll start like getting little bits of the Irish accent to my English. I'm always so self-conscious about it. I'm like, I don't want them to think I'm making fun of them.
Being racist and shit. Yeah, no, it happens.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it kind of just catches. Like particularly from sort of British Isles speakers, whereas I thought I would pick up some kind of Swedish accent by living in Sweden, but I haven't at all. And I think it's just because Swedish people speak such perfect English that there's Like the Swedish accent is so hard to like. I can recognize it. Like if I hear someone speaking
yeah.
English and they're Swedish, I'm like, oh, yeah, they're Swedish. But that's only after living here for years.
Hmm.
When I first moved here, I'm like, they have no accent to the English at all. There's like really subtle tells that you eventually pick up on, and it's usually more like the word usage than the way they say it. Like
I find Scandinavians sometimes have a hard time saying the J. I'm not sure.
Yumping.
Yeah, I am yumping.
Yeah.
And then they very articulate the G on the end of an ing. So a yumping. Like it kind of sounds like
they have a cold.
Yeah. What?
Like they have a cold. Because when I say jump, I don't say jumping. I say jumping.
Right.
But if I have a cold, my nose is blocked, so it comes out like jumping. It's because I can't have no choice with the same.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. Yeah.
They also struggle with the CH sound. Like like chips. It's really difficult for Swedish people to say chips. They'll say like ships.
Oh yeah.
Right. And SH.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I think I do that. I've never thought about that. Oh.
Yeah, I've definitely heard that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's also that the Swedish word is just ships. So
yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So they just get used to saying ships. But it's amazing how like Swedes can switch between English and Swedish like mid-sentence, and the accent changes. It blows my mind. Like if I'm switching between English and Swedish mid-sentence, it'll often confuse my brain, and sometimes I'll just continue in the wrong language, or I'll sort of end up saying a word I'll say it wrong because I'll still be using like Swedish pronunciation even though I've switched back to English. Yeah, I still struggle with that back and forth. But
I think I would
people
too.
who do it all the time, it's so easy for them. So jealous.
Yeah, well, I guess you guys have been learning English in Sweden from a young age, right? So
yep.
Oh, yeah.
Since let me think, 7. Yeah, that's when I was
7 years old. Yeah.
Is it Grundskola that you start?
Yep.
Yeah.
We started learning French in grade when we were 4 years old, and no one speaks it ever, and no one ever knows. Nobody I know knows French, but everyone in Canada, every single person in Canada must take French up until grade 10 at least. So that's at least 12 years of French.
In Ireland, it's similar, but it's for Irish from primary school right up until you finish.
Cool.
Yeah, but I think no one speaks it though.
Yeah, see, that's
I learned well, like it was 10 years ago at this stage. Probably it's longer actually. But when I was in secondary, I studied French for 6 years, and in those 6 years, I was better at French than I was in Irish for 12.
Yeah.
It's just I think it's very backwards teaching some languages. I feel.
What about out in like rural areas and stuff? Do people still speak Gaelic out there?
No, just not really. There's the population of Irish speakers or Gaeilge is it's getting slimmer and slimmer every year. But there are certain places in Ireland, like a very small map. If you look it up, I'm sure you'll see it, where there's like a couple, 100, maybe a couple thousand people who speak Irish day to day. Like that's just.
Right.
I heard it's been increasing though.
I think it's been it's people wanting to keep the language alive rather than
it actually being alive.
Yeah, because it doesn't actually serve a purpose because everyone in Ireland speaks English. Most of the world speaks English. So
yeah, it's a shame, but there's nothing you can really do about that. It's really like next to impossible to revive a dead language. It's like, how do you get everyone to start speaking Latin again?
That's it. Yeah,
like I studied Latin for 2 years. Well, 1 year intensively, pretty much. And it's like, I don't know. Like I went to a school where everyone was learning Latin, and some people can it's a weird one because you can learn it, right? And you can read it and you can write it, but it's very difficult to speak it. very difficult
Yeah.
to speak it for some strange reason. It's hard to exactly explain. But that's
Well, it's also
and
that
it's
Latin had
complicated,
different
like-
forms for its written and spoken.
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
English is the same written and spoken, but Latin was like two different languages, and the
Mhm.
spoken form of Latin died like well over 1,000 years ago.
Mhm.
So, like when people say they speak Latin, what they're doing is they're reading Latin out loud. They're not actually
Mhm.
speaking the spoken form of Latin because that language
Yeah,
died.
yeah.
Mhm.
Well, it evolved into French and
Into, yeah,
Spanish
French
and
and
Italian.
Occitan,
I mean,
man,
languages
whatever.
don't truly die; they kind of evolve.
Mhm.
Well, actually, no. Sometimes they do die,
Yeah,
like
sometimes they die.
due to cultural genocide. But we can't blame the English for everything.
Nearly.
We can try. They've done.
Yeah.
They've done a lot of stuff.
I like that
Oh,
positivity.
yeah.
We can try.
But you think about it, like the English were fucking everywhere, man. Everywhere.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, there's a very short list of countries the English have not declared war on.
Yeah.
hmm
Weirdly enough, I live in one of them.
Yeah, I was about to
And
say.
their worst crime is that they created America. So
Worst crime. Imagine how much better America would be if it was just all Native Americans. It would be so much better.
that'd be tight.
Yeah, it would.
Awesome. I wish it was still and it was still like savage and stuff. So it's like North America was like never completely colonized. Then it's just like we just get like raided by natives all the time. That'd be
What, like-
awesome.
Like that one island
Like-
off the
like the
coast of
wall?
India.
Yeah, just like that. Except like the whole interior of the continent is just like tribe.
Then you
That's
approach the borders and you're instantly pelted with arrows and
Yeah, pelted with arrows and like dragged your corpse is dragged into the forest, never to be seen again. And they'll just come and like raid our stuff and sack our villages and stuff. It'd be awesome.
I mean, by now they would have
So
started
boring
raiding,
here.
like military bases and stuff. So they wouldn't be using arrows; they'd be using assault rifles, drones.
Yeah, true.
yeah, true. It
Up
depends
the
how,
ante a bit.
how cut off they are though from other civilizations. I actually watched I think it was a documentary on YouTube about that island recently. And the reason they don't want to let the one off the coast of India somewhere, the reason they don't want to let people into their thing is because they did let some white people into the country, and apparently we did what we always do and infected them with
Whiteys.
diseases that their
Yeah.
bodies weren't immune to yet. So
Yeah.
just killed a load of people with the flu or some shit.
Yeah.
So they're like, nah, never again. Go away.
Fair enough. No one needs to go there anyways. Let them be.
Yeah, let them be.
Yeah, I mean, it's super interesting from an anthropological standpoint as well. Just like, how do humans continue to develop, or do they continue to develop? Like, will
You
they
use the
eventually
pinky
develop
finger.
some form of civilization as we know it? Will they start? Yeah, it's hard to know.
Oh, it's actually you say that, but they haven't actually moved because they didn't have any access to metal. But a couple of years ago, a boat crashed into their island, so they advanced like a couple hundred years instantaneously by
Oh, wow.
getting iron off the ship. Yeah, it's really interesting. I'll try and find the video. But
There's actually groups in the Pacific that will kind of like worship. They're called like cargo cults or something, where they worship deities that supply them with cargo, and what it is like ships wreck and like cargo washes up on shore and planes crash and things like that, and they actually will get amazing things out of these sort of these cargo ships and things like that, and they don't really understand the world around them, and so they actually think there's some kind of deity that is supplying them with these goods.
What?
So they, yeah,
That's interesting. That's
That
cool.
sounds dystopian or something. Wow.
yeah, it's
You mean
pretty crazy, like-
utopian? All hail!
Yeah.
All hail the sea fathers!
there's the video in the chat if you're interested in it that I watched. It's interesting.
Cool.
Yeah. Check it out.
But yes, they advanced to the Iron Age fairly recently, so you never know. Maybe they could do what you were saying, and they could like in like 100 years have like a
They're
metropolis.
just smithing weapons and
Yeah, but that's it.
getting ready to
It's like
attack on
an
India.
alien ship landing here with some crazy metal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It instantly throw us forward a couple hundred years.
Well,
Okay, guys. Well, it's been a pleasure, but I think I
Yeah.
have to hop off now. I'm a dirty tobacco smoker, and I'm severely addicted, and I need now I'm gonna blow up.
you need to
Right
get
on.
some snooze. You can do that at your desk.
I need to chuck
Isn't
me a dart
snooze
pad.
horrible?
I look. I don't know. I'm not Swedish, so I don't snooze.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Where I see,
Snooze.
it looks awful. Oh.
Yeah, I've never tried it.
Oh, really? Like
Is that sarcasm?
Almost every Swede I know.
Yeah.
Every male Swede I know snoozes. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I didn't even really understand that this existed till I moved here. But yeah.
And just a
Nuts.
quick fact before I go. I'm Irish and I've never drank. So me and Jacob go against the grain of our cultures.
Yeah.
Fuck
Well,
alcohol, fuck snooze.
I'm sorry to say that yes, I'm Australian and I have been drunk and throwing up in a gutter. So it
Hey,
is
look,
what it is.
everyone around me is like that, so I am.
Yeah, I
am
don't drink so
an
much
anomaly.
anymore though. Like I think I drank too much when I was younger, and so I just kind of got over it. Or I grew up and became more mature, or something like that. But yeah,
Probably both.
we opened a bottle of port to celebrate buying a house a few weeks ago, and we're still trying to get through that same bottle. So
Yeah.
yeah, not much of a drinker myself anymore, but once upon a time.
Yeah.
But
Also, you might want to tell Kitty to cut out the last half an hour of this conversation.
yeah.
It was just talking about random stuff.
Yeah. But yeah, I should probably shoot off as well. But thank you guys so much for your time. Hopefully
You too.
we
Thank you
can
very much.
on the 3rd of January, but we'll chat more on Discord.
Perfect. Yep. And if push comes to shove and you all want to play on the 27th, I'm pretty sure I'm here. So just throw it out there.
Look, I'll see if I can get away with it, but
Yeah, I'm not
wouldn't say
gonna.
my
I'm
chances
not gonna
are
hold my
high.
breath. Right. I'll see you
All right.
later.
See you
Nice
guys
meeting you
later.
all. See you.
Nice
you.
meeting you. Bye.
Bye, Kitty. Even though you're not here, bye.
Karma.